Always on top, always on top. 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 Watch out, I'm coming through. I feel that fire in you. Always on top, always on top. Watch out, I'm coming through. Always on top, always on top.
who is coming to play. Winner, winner, saint or sinner, future brighter, watch it glimmer, let it simmer, deceiving. Hearing them gas belly breathing, easing up, faking a sweat, wheezing and catching their breath. Haven't seen anything yet, looking for more, never settle for less. Calling off Fago who look for the ref, falling behind you get left. Every mistake it will cost you, dizzy you lost. Back to the line that you cross, levels about to be crossed. No doubt it's about to go up, this ain't no test. Gotta be better than best, with level we still I possess. Like a rocket, it's strapped to my chest and attack and attack. Call up the people and tell them I'm back.
Hey, do it for the love of the game, never for the fortune or fame. You better believe it, it's never gonna be the same. Now I got 'em calling my name.
Hold it, wait, thinking they're taking a bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but guess who is coming to play? Wanna be greater and glorious, paving the way, there'll be more of us victorious. We're taking the throne, taking the title and bringing it home. Hold it, wait, thinking they're taking the bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but guess who is coming to play? Wanna be greater and glorious, paving the way, there'll be more of us victorious. We're taking the throne, taking the title and bringing it home. We're at it again.
Do it for the love of the game, never for the fortune or fame. You better believe it, it's never gonna be the same. Now I got 'em calling my name.
Wait, thinking they're taking the bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Must be heartless. Raise the axe of God to smite all. Only then bless the people of Yingmeng. Guide your fate. The cycle of rebirth.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Marsh of Amnesia. Souls return. I am the Ogren. I deliver the people of Gwingmung. Speak your mind. The future may respond. The obsession does not subside. Do not live in the past. Leave the past behind. Let it go.
Child, it was your grandfather who brought you here, but the road ahead is yours alone.
Life is whole. Go home in peace. Birth, death, sickness, and old age. This is the circle of life. No mortal can avoid it. Cherish the present. If you want to live with no regrets.
Always on top, 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 always on top. Watch out, I'm coming through. I feel that fire through you. Always on top, always on top. Watch out, I'm coming through. Always on top, always on top.
Anyone seen my cat?
Long time no see, hey no! Oh no! I don't like harming the innocent. This again? Did fate give you an answer?
Where the heck's my cat?
Thinking they're taking a bait. Looks like they're top of the chain. But guess who is coming to play? Winner, winner, saint or sinner. Future brighter, watch it glimmer. Let it simmer, deceiving. Hearing them gas belly breathing, easing up. Breaking a sweat, wheezing and catching their breath. Haven't seen anything yet. Looking for more, never settle for less. Calling no foul, you look for the ref. Falling behind you, they're left. Every mistake it will cost you. Dizzy, you're lost. Back to the line that you cross. Levels about to be crossed. No doubt it's about to go up. No test, gotta be better than best. With all we still I possess. Like a rocket, it's strapped to my chest and attack and attack. Call up the people and tell them I'm back. Hey, do it for the love of the game. Never for the fortune or fame. You better believe it, it's never gonna be the same. Now I got them calling my name. Wait, thinking they're taking a bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but guess who is coming to play? Wanna be greater and glorious, paving the way, there'll be more of us victorious. We're taking the throne, taking the title and bringing it home. Hold it, wait, thinking they're taking the bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but guess who is coming to play? Wanna be greater and glorious, paving the way, there'll be more of us victorious. We're taking the throne, taking the title and bringing it home. We're at it again. Do it for the love of the game. Never for the fortune or fame. You better believe it, it's never gonna be the same. Now I got them calling my name. Wait, thinking they're taking the bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but
Kings, it's a HoK showtime.
We are now live here at the HoK Invitational Midseason 2024 at the Esports World Cup live at the Amazon Arena Boulevard, Riyadh City in Saudi Arabia. We are now at the group stage day 1. I'm Kaysaya and with me is Zero. Zero, how are you doing?
Feeling absolutely great. It's the first day of the Esports World Cup on HoK Invitational Midseason, and we've got so many good matches happening here in our B stream. So, you know, there's just so many good matches that you do not want to miss out. So make sure you either stay here or stay in the A stream as well, because we will be covering both groups and a lot of matches that are going to be happening today.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Okay, is it like exactly for Stream A, is it Group B or Group A? And then for Stream B, is it Group B? But I love it. Like, you know, you can actually see the action from whether Group it is. You can find where your favorite team is. But of course, that will happen if you're actually following all of our social media pages for Honor of Kings Global. So make sure you do that. Follow Honor of Kings Global Esports channel and make sure you use the hashtag HOKXEWC 2024 for a chance to win permanent skins, which you can also, of course, when following, receive the latest news and updates about the esports events here for Honor of Kings. So make sure you follow our channels now.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, there's a lot of matches happening today. There's a lot of teams playing today, but it can get a little bit confusing. So why not let Lam take you through what the entire format for the Esports World Cup is.
Get ready for the highly anticipated Honor of Kings Invitational Mid-Season at Esports World Cup. The top 12 teams from the qualifiers and the invited teams are set to converge in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for a live showdown from August the 1st to August the 4th, all vying for their share of a massive $3 million prize pool. Let's dive into how the tournament will unfold. The tournament kicks off with an intense group stage over the first 2 days featuring 30 matches. The 12 teams will be split into 2 groups of 6, battling it out in a round-robin format with best-of-1 matches. Each group will compete in 15 matches to determine the top 4 teams advancing through to the knockouts. The excitement intensifies as we head into the knockouts over the next 2 days, starting with the quarterfinals. The top 8 teams from the group stages will compete in a best-of-3 single-elimination format. The winner of each of these matches advances to the semifinals the following day to face their opponents in a best-of-5. The semifinal winners will then face off in the finals, where the ultimate victor will be crowned champion, claiming the trophy and eternal glory. Additionally, the champion will have the opportunity to smash 3 of their rival keys and add them to their trophy. Mark your calendars for August the 1st and don't miss out a moment of action as your favorite teams go head-to-head in a live competition on stage.
intense amount of prize pool, $3 million, and of course a huge part of that will be taken home by the champion. But what I love is that none of them is actually going to go home without any share from that prize pool. But let's talk about the format. Zero, what do you think about the format? Like, our group stage is round robin, knockout stage, single eliminations. Is that like fair enough for like all the teams to actually showcase their capabilities?
I think it's the best format to allow all these teams, room to grow, as well as just the preparation. It will be a lot easier knowing that the teams you're facing are in your group and you only face them once. Sure, there are some things that can happen in a best of one, but hey, you get 5 chances to try and secure a spot in the top 4 in your group, and then from there on it becomes a single elimination best of 3 or best of 5, which really tests the mettle of all these teams. So I think the format is as fair as it can get, and it's up to the teams to perform up to their standards.
That's true, and we saw that they can smash the tokens of their opponents later on as they move forward to the knockouts. I love that. It allows you to have the capability to feel it like presence, like in person, right? It's not just like in game. But yeah, let's talk about the prize pool. I did mention already, we saw from the video as well, it's $3 million, and I think wasn't shown in there is actually the finals MVP will be taking some share of like $50,000 as well. But look at this one, $1 million for the champion. Second place will take home $500K, and the third and fourth will share $250K, and so on and so forth. I mean, this is an amazing opportunity for all of our teams.
Yeah, so much to fight for here. I mean, $1 million, that is an absurd amount. Probably it is the biggest Honor of Kings tournament that's happened so far. It's definitely set it's a part of history, and all of these teams will be vying to finish in the top spot. But hey, even if you finish 11 and 12, there's still a decent amount of money for your team to get. And not to mention also the Esports World Cup club points, which are also what all these teams are fighting for as well.
Oh, I love that. I mean, this is just the start, right? Of any other further events that we will come along with. And then again, at the same time, the experience that all of the teams are actually getting from that one. And yeah, very amazing. Then again, guys, make sure you also follow our social media. But we talk about our teams. Again, 12 teams right now. We've got our top 8 teams coming from Invitational Season 2. We've got 1 from the LCQ, which is Weibo Gaming from Hong Kong. And then we've got 1 from Saudi Arabia from their own qualifiers. And, of course, the KPL Dream Team that everyone is actually looking forward to see in here. And, of course, just recently from the SEA show match, Boom Esports. I mean, what do you say about all these teams currently participating in this event?
I mean, we've seen a lot of them in action during the Season 2 Invitational. The winners, of course, LGD Gaming facing up against Team Secret in the finals. But I think all eyes are on the KPL Dream Team as well as Boom Esports. But let's take a look at the matches we're going to be having today on both streams. This is Stream B, folks, and you will be watching a lot of the teams be playing here in action. KPL Dream Team against Falcon is what we start off with, followed by Impunity versus Vivo Keystars. Vitality versus Vivo Keystars follows that, and then we'll have Loops versus Falcon. All Gamers Global against Weibo Gaming, Loops versus Weibo Gaming, and then Team Secret's the Team Secret's second game for the day against Impunity. And we'll cap things off with LGD Gaming going up against Vitality. So plenty of matches to look forward to. A lot of opportunities to watch these teams learn from each other, as well as fight it out to find out who will be the top 4 of their individual groups.
Yes, that's true. And again, that is a mix of both Group A and Group B best of 1 matches. Again, round robin format. So don't get confused. It's actually live already. Again, HoK Camp. That's where you can actually find the updated stats. And I want to actually mention that already since we have the HoK camp already up. So this is a way for you guys to give some review about the teams and the players. So make sure you search that, share your opinions about the players and the teams, and yeah, don't miss out any of the any of the updates coming from that. But of course, our match of the day, we were talking about this a while ago, Zero, like off a stream. I was asking you, okay, Group B, because we all know, okay, KPL, they might be dominating the Group B already, but you mentioned about like AG Global and Weibo Gaming. What is in between these two teams?
Well, we know Weibo Gaming, they came in through the last chance qualifiers. They were pretty dominant there. All Gamers Global, their road to the Esports World Cup was longer than a lot of the other teams. They had to go through the Honor of Kings Open Series, Series 1. So, you know, they were one of these teams that had to fight through a lot to get here, same like Weibo Gaming. So I think this is the matchup, the match to look out for today, especially on this stream, because we'll be seeing both of these teams rather fight out against each other to find out who will be on top, who will be surviving in this group. Because Group B, you know, you've got, like you said, you've got the KPL Dream Team, you've also got you know, the likes of Weibo Gaming, Falcons, Loops also in here. So if All Gamers Global, if they're able to get a point out of Weibo Gaming, then we might see a different hierarchy in this group settle down.
Basically, this are the kind of the teams where we might expect some, you know, tiebreaker kind of thing. So we'll find about that. But yeah, both of them coming from Hong Kong as well. We'll just have to find out who will be on top. But of course, don't you guys miss out this EWC lane skin promotion, because this is so exciting. We are launching the EWC exclusive skin, very exclusive, from August 2nd to 8th, wherein you can purchase this skin at a special price offer of 710 tokens instead of the 888 tokens. Who wouldn't love that discount? It's about like 300, I think. No, like 100 plus. And of course, what's even more exciting is that if you spend tokens to purchase this skin through the in-game new skin event page, you have the chance to participate to get limited time tokens back. So isn't it amazing? I mean, it's like you get a refund, but of course you have to spend the amount of limited time token skin back.
I mean, the skin is definitely worth it. We saw it in action yesterday during you know, our preparation, and it was something else. It was something that we both, you know, just shouted out when we just saw it, and it's definitely something to look forward to seeing. And another thing that we want to look forward to seeing as well is our upcoming match. It is going to be Impunity against Vivo Keat Stars, and both of these teams are from Group A. Impunity hailing from Myanmar, and Vivo Keat Stars from Brazil, of course. So, you know, Vivo Keat Stars, they were the season 1 Honor of Kings season 1 Invitational champion. They came up 3rd and 4th in season 2, and you know, Impunity has been in the scene for quite some time. They finished shared 5th place in season 2 Invitational with a pretty decent result as well. So this is a much closer matchup than most people would think, just looking at their rankings.
Oh wow, I'm excited about that. Actually, I keep on refreshing the HoK camp that we have, should there be any updates, especially after our game 1 for this stream. But then again, I'm really looking forward to that. Speaking of, like, of course, the potential, I mean, we have a new hero, which is Ogren. What do you think about Ogren right now in the current meta of Honor of Kings Global?
I think for those who've who hasn't really had a lot of experience playing with or against that hero, they're still trying to figure things out. What's the best composition to play around it? What's the best way to counter it? You know, there's the obvious ways of building anti-healing, but a lot of people don't realize that the indirect way is to pick up more crowd control, pick up more stuns, pick up more single target control for that hero. He is he isn't as strong as people think they are, and we might see him slightly overrated in the first day or even through the first few games of the group stage. But as teams start to realize and start to learn how to play against it, we might see him start to fall off a little bit.
We'll see about that. Who is going to be the first confident team to pick up the Ogren? But let's take a look at the Impunity lineup in here. Again, hailing from Myanmar, we have Zero. Ooh, almost the same name in here, just different spelling. Shaolin, Megumi, Ashing, and Black. All right, that is your Impunity Esports roster. And I mean, who do you think in here between the players of Impunity should we actually be highlighting, or we should be eyeing on our eyes too?
Well, X-Hero had a pretty good run in the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. Asing as well, definitely a beast, someone you want to look out for. So both of these players would be my go-tos in terms of win conditions or even just players to focus on. Like these two players, they have a lot of experience in the game. They definitely know what they're doing, and you know they are a major key to their team's success, and it all boils down to them, these two players, to try and find a way to defeat Vivo Keystars, the HoK BR multi-time champion, and they are running a newer roster, the same roster they were running in the Season 2 Invitational. And if you caught one of the interviews, it was Danny that said this is the strongest version of Vivo Keystars yet. And despite not being able to finish top 2 in the Season 2 Invitational, they are still a force to be reckoned with.
Wow, I love that. I love that confidence wherein you really trust your teams, right?
Oh, yeah.
But for sure, I mean, all of the teams that we have right now at this Invitational Midseason at EWC really have to build a trust over their teammates, because, you know, your compositions and your execution can only be effective as 100% or even more once you've got that confidence and trust with your teammates. But you know, I'm even more excited, and because I saw, like, you know, following on the social media pages of these teams, you know, some really had a deep boot camp, you know, scrimmages in preparation. I think you were like, okay, sharing with me some information about the scrimmages as well, which I don't know if it's okay to share, but it's gonna be interesting how, because those are just scrimmages, they could be just like, you know, practicing some heroes and all that, but it might be different in here in the actual stage.
Yep, it's you know, all your preparation, it sets you up for a good start, but when it comes down to it, when it boils down to the matches itself, it is your form at that time. It is how you adapt to situations that you faced before or never faced before. It's how you be able to read your opponents. It's how you're able to find that one way to defeat your opponent, even if you're coming from a bad situation. That is what all the competition is about. That is what the Esports World Cup is about, and that is what's going to be what Game 1 is about, because Impunity against Vivo Keystars is definitely a very interesting match to witness, because these two teams, I don't remember if they faced in the Season 2 Invitational. Obviously, Vivo Keystars, they dominated their groups, but with that sort of information, where both of these teams came from the same tournament, they would have studied their opponents. So that their homework is definitely going to be very important for them to prepare for this match.
Really important as it is. And yeah, again, guys, we do have, just to let you know what's actually surprising in here before we're actually starting off the drafting. Don't forget about the championship mode, a very new in-game mode that is about to start on Saturday evening time, wherein you can probably unlock the newest Booyan skin for free. But I guess less of that, because we are ready here into the action again. This is our first series of the day, Impunity versus Vivo Keystars. This is best of 1, a round robin match. So I think this is the bans that we're already seeing, right? So Automatic, Hino, Elaine, Dolia, Ogren ban? Ooh,
yeah,
interesting. Like an early ban in the Ogren. Is this really that scary right now?
It's because I guess it's new, so teams aren't very familiar with countering or playing against it. So why not just take it out off the pool until someone figures out, or until a mini meta is formed. I mean, we haven't talked about a lot about the mini meta, but it does form throughout the tournament, where teams suddenly realize there's that light bulb on top of their head that, hey, this hero is actually pretty broken. And we've seen a lot of teams, a lot of different roads to the championship come from that sort of situation. But we get a new hero on the draft here. It's going to be Long, the newest marksman in the pool, and it is picked up there by Impunity along with the Mai Shernui and the Dun.
That's so true. And I'm loving the Zhang Fei pick, though, coming from VK as in here, because, you know, a recent patch that he's got, I think that added some more capability for him to actually engage and give some protection and, you know, stop the opponents in dealing those continuous damage. And I think that will allow the early later on, if we come into the power spike of this particular hero, or maybe the late game, to actually give more free hit, deal more damage up against the opponent, you know, and stop the sustain coming off from the Dune, let's say.
Yep, absolutely. And not to mention the setups for Lady Zen as well, to land better skills, you know, the setup, the crowd control. There is a lot of team fight here for the side of Vivo Keystars. They're banning also strong team fight heroes from the pool, with the Sun Bin as well as the Lian Po ban from VKS. They don't want Impunity to have a lot of team fight, and that is looking like it's working out for them. There's not much more team fight heroes left in the pool for Impunity to pick up. They do ban out the Jing and the Musashi to try and protect mainly the Mai Shiranui, because Long is a very elusive marksman by himself. He's not easy to bring down. He has plenty of CC of his own, move speed, healing, and even his ultimate gives him a long duration of time where he can just reposition himself. So, you know, Impunity might go for another route. They might go for a heavy single target burst sort of route and try and take the fights fast and quick before the main team fight starts to happen.
That's true. I definitely agree. Infinite vastness. I mean, you are definitely untargetable on that state of the ultimate. And at the same time, one thing I noticed in here, of course, in the middle lane, if I take a look at the mid lane fight that we have in here, I think just during the early stages of fight, or during the early laning phase, Mai Shiranui, or Lady Gen rather, will just have to be very careful on the potential pickoffs that this that Megumi or Mai Shiranui might do in the early stages, unless of course he's got Kaiser or Zhang Fei ready to also go for the kills. But Kaiser, an additional sustain in here for the side of VKS, which I also love, I think, and will allow Arlie to give that free hit. So I'm seeing a lot of team fight potential in here coming from the lineup so far, coming from VKS.
Yeah. And meanwhile, on the other side, Impunity is just going full on that single target burst. They've got the Dharma, they've got the Liang to try and lock down maybe the Kaiser, maybe the Arlie. So, you know, Liang was one of those heroes that didn't see too much action in the Season 2 Invitational as a support that's able to lock down a single target. So it's great to see him picked up more to counter heroes like the Arlie. You know, you don't want the Arlie to just have free reign wherever he wants. With that single target lockdown with Liang, you have opportunities to lock him down, but that also leaves Mayin open in the pool, and Mayin will be picked up there by VKS in the hands of Niap. So VKS, they've got Danny on his one of his more favorite heroes, which is the Kaiser. They've got one on the Lady Zen, and they got Sasser on the Arlie as well. So these are very comfortable, familiar picks for the side of VKS. While, you know, Impunity, they had to go for a more unorthodox sort of pick. You know, the Liang Dharma, as well as the Mai Shiranui. That's a lot of single target burst as well as lockdown, not to mention the tempo that they can play with the Mai. It might set us up for a quick game, but if Impunity falters in the early game, we might see a completely different story, and this might be VKS's game to take.
That's true. And at the same time, though, I think they have to, I mean, as Liang, if you're this hero, you really have to good with skill shots, right? Okay.
Yep.
If you really want to utilize, of course, your barrier power ward, you would want to make sure that you're really going to be blocking off your targets, or especially if we're talking about an Arlie that is very mobile, can actually just, you know, avoid. And even, of course, the latest update coming from with the Arlie as well, wherein, of course, the Maple Dance can block off some range damage as well. So let's see about that, because we are going to be heading on to our game one already. This is the best of one match between Impunity versus Vivo Kid Stars.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to the laning stage, especially on the Dun and the Mai Shiranui. Let's see what sort of early aggression they can get. Maybe early invades into the jungle. Maybe to shut down the Mayin, we'll see the Dun rotating up towards the top a lot. But that's where he's gonna start off with, trying to give the Dharma a good start, get him that level advantage, and then just allow the Dharma to do his own thing against the Mayin. Because Dharma's stronger in the early game, while Mayin does pick off after the level 4 stage.
Yeah, that's so true. And I'm pretty understanding here, like, as to how aggressive it is right now for Infinity. They've got more early game heroes in here, such as the Dun. You really want to take advantage of that. So I like the aggression that they've done in here. But I think what they need to be very careful of later on is once the power spike is already on to Kaiser. What, he got the level 4 already, his ultimate Invincible Warrior. Gotta be careful on that one. But we see a toggle in here into the bottom lane part of the map. I mean, I don't think there's gonna be full commitment as of now.
No, definitely not. I mean, Shaolin is almost level 3. That's when he's strongest in the lane, being able to have all his skills up and running. That's when it's almost impossible to shoot him out of lane, except if ganks do come from the Kaiser or from the Lady Zen. So until then, this Long will be he'll be a lane bully, making sure that the Arlie cannot go close to hit creeps, and he'll be able to excel his farm pretty quickly. But you know, Danny early on, we're not going to expect to see too much of a rotation from the Kaiser. He doesn't have a lot of setup, he doesn't have a lot of stuns, he needs to rely on his teammates a little bit, so we might be seeing at least another minute before Danny actually does anything across the map.
That's true. Well, then he meets the Mai Shiranui just to say hi here and there. You're right. I mean, Kaiser definitely not the one to set up team fights. We gotta wait either the Lady Jen or the Zhang Fei for them to do that setup. For the meantime, you can see a super low HP Zhang Fei in here. Gonna be the first blood from the hands of Black in there in the middle lane. What a good point for coming from Impunity, but that's a roamer, so I think there's still a moment for Kisar to actually catch up onto the golden spot. You can see an invade happening here, coming from the side of Impunity, just disrupting in here. Danny on his jungle.
Yeah, managed to take away the Crimson Golem buff away from Danny, which is going to slow down and annoy Danny a little bit. Not the end of the world, of course. This is the early game. Danny probably wasn't expecting to get anything done in terms of setting up kills, but it does take away some of that gold and also gives Black a good start as well. So all in all, Impunity is off to a great start, I think, but let's see if they're able to keep this up once the mid-game stage and once the power spikes of VKS starts to reach, because we're almost at level 4 there for the Zhang Fei, as well as mainly the Zhang Fei as well as Liang. Liang's already level 4, so we might see VKS start to pressure across the map. Maybe on the first Tyrant is where they're looking for the first fight.
That's true. I'm also actually looking forward to Zero in here, getting that pick off onto one target. Could be one or Wise Asser in here, or Arlie and the Lady Jen, you know, at least to remove all the main damage sources coming from the side of VKS. But again, the rotation coming from Kaiser in here. They potentially would want a sandwich really this long. They don't want this long to actually get this power spike.
Yeah, they're putting 5-member show, but they catch out the Lady Zen towards the back line. One's gonna fall. That's the Mai Shunwei for you. The burst damage. Mai going towards the back line, almost getting a kill. But will he pay for his life? Backlines though. White Sasser in trouble, but he'll be able to back off.
And here we go, continuing with the team fight. However, Long is actually preheating onto the backline, deleting more member coming from the side of VKS. You know what, I was just actually mentioning a while ago, okay, we hope the Mai Shiranui Shero will actually be able to pick off a target. Apparently, he was the one who's actually picked up first.
Yep. Still, a 2-for-1 trade does set things up nicely there for the side of Impunity. We talked about it in the draft. They needed a good start. They needed early snowball to get their heroes going, and they can't take the game too long. So that was as good of a start as you wished for. I mean, one falling that quickly, the burst damage was huge. Unfortunately, they did lose X0, but you know, 2-for-1 trade, they're gonna take it any time of the day.
Yeah, that's so true. And there you go, the free hit again coming from Shaolin in here from the back line, seeing that from our highlight replay. But then again, there goes, of course, the Calm once more. Gonna be waiting for another objective to be taken in here. This is 2k gold that definitely VKS needs to catch up onto, because they can't give that further power spike or more golden farm going to Shaolin. Shaolin have yet to actually go down, maybe onto the hands of White Sasser in here, into potential team fights that could happen later on. But for the meantime, what are you seeing in here? It seems like we're seeing Kaiser just looking for team fights just like this one. Will they be able to get the Mai Shiranui? Unfortunately, not very mobile, but yeah, I think Kaiser in here, Danny will definitely have to look for the proper team fights to go on to.
Yeah, it's not easy for the Kaiser this early on. You know, Invincible Warrior only lasts a couple of seconds, and his items aren't complete yet. He doesn't have the sort of items he needs to really play and force in the back lines. Pops forces Mayna to pop his ultimate, which is a great win there for the side of Impunity, because it means that the moment they take the next fight as quickly as possible, there's not going to be a Zhang Fei ultimate.
That is so true. No ultimate from the Jaffa in here, and Danny actually going so low, still being chased out, but will be able to survive with a slither of health. But then again, the rest of the members of Impunity in here will just go try to invade the jungle camp of VK as well. There's actually another job being done by Arlie in the bot.
Yeah, but they get the tier 1 mid though, which is super important to control both the main jungle objectives and as well as the both golem buffs. That is a trade that Impunity will take any day. That mid tier 1 tower going down is going to set themselves up and also pressure VKS quite a bit, because you know Danny right now, even if he's trying to get that Azure Golem, he needs his teammates around him, because you never know when the invades from the side of Impunity are coming. While on the other side, you know, Impunity, they can just do anything they want on the map because they have control in the mid lanes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this Kaiser is quite dependent on the Azure Golem, but getting pressured here and there at the same time with the Mena getting his ultimate procced as well as Zhang Fei. You know, team fights couldn't happen anytime soon. But for the meantime in here, we can see the engage coming from the side of VKS. They're getting mad on the side of Impunity, killing off Ashen in here in the process. But I love the cross-map play being done by Mai Shiranui. Shero on the bottom lane part of the map, taking down the tower once more.
They lose one hero, but they did manage to get the Overlord, and they get the tier 1 tower bottom as well. Like you said, that's gonna be you know, staving off the bleeding. You know, losing one hero is not great, but not the end of the world, especially if you get something else done across the map. So Impunity still keeping their lead. It's 1,500 gold, still a decent spot at this point. But the next upcoming fight is going to be very important, because that will signify whether if Impunity is able to extend the lead or will VKS crawl back. Because the next fight in the 8-minute mark for the next Tyrant will, in my opinion, probably decide the game.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're about to close the mid-game time. Come late game, we're talking about Shadow Overlord, which of course gonna help you in terms of lane pushing, and at the same time, additional buffs coming from the Shadow Tyrant as well. And of course, if we're talking about late game, they do have that. We're talking about an Arlie in here that can actually go deal further damage from their side, and maybe the potential for an even tankier Zhang Fei, which can go for more setups later on. But I think, you know what, Impunity is doing a good job so far in proccing this ultimate coming from the Zhang Fei.
They've definitely been forcing his hand and, you know, forcing VKS to not favorable fights, but this Tyrant is going to be important. Rotations, 5 all-time heroes are hitting towards the bottom. It gets taken down there by Danny. That's a good start, but can VKS win this fight?
Impunity Black will fall down onto the hands of the members of VKS, and here we can see a free-heating Assassin in here at the same time. And in the bottom lane part of the map, Mayin just had that 1v1 up against Ashing in the bot, forcing them to back away. Seems like somehow we can see the money in here, the gold gap in here is actually decreasing, and it seems like Vivo Keystar is catching up.
Yeah. Definitely. So only 1,000. It's actually 1,400 lead right now, and that's off the bat of as well as of getting the Tyrant and getting a kill on towards Black. Because Dun is one of those heroes that just falls off. But hey, we talked about pickoffs. That's a kill, instant kill there on towards Niap. He's one of the more important heroes there for VKS towards the mid and late game stages. So any pickoffs you can get like that is going to set yourself out very nicely. So Impunity, that was a good job getting that kill. Definitely unexpected there for VKS.
I mean, we were talking about Megumi on a Liang and Shiro on a Mai Shiranui. That's too much CC you have to deal with. There goes the stun, of course, coming from the Liang, the control power word, and of course the kicks here and there coming from the Mai Shiranui as well. So that was quite unfortunate for Niap, though, not able to survive on that. But we can see the rest of the members in here coming from Impunity wanting to contest the Tyrant right here already. I wonder if there's going to be a steal in here coming from the side of VKS. Good way to actually stop them from that, but I think something's happening onto the bottom lane part of the map as well. Where Zero actually fall down. The combat play, you killed me a while ago, I'm gonna get you. But for the meantime, Sasser will actually fall down onto the hands of Ashing in here. The rest of the members of Impunity wanting to continue this fight, but they said, Dharma, well, I will just go onto the middle lane, try to find another target, maybe flank 1, 2, 1, but then again, with the protection coming from Zhang Fei, that will not happen.
Yeah, Ashing getting the opening to go for the early. That was an instant fight win there for the side of Impunity, and they get a lockdown here as well on towards Niap. Niap's trying to run away, barely surviving, able to heal up just in time. And that was Niap, just having to, thank his lucky stars there. Oh, Reina in trouble. He might get bursted down, knocked out, pops the ultimate, able to survive.
Yes, good use of the ultimate still coming from the Junpei. Unbridled outburst just to disengage, but I guess Danny in here cannot go for the 1v2 fight against Dun, and the Maisunui has to back away, wait for the rest of his teammate to go back alive. Especially Mina doesn't have the ultimate available, and they're basically scattered across the map right now. So in a way, somehow, I find the rotations disorganized. I was looking for more aggressive team fights as well, coming from Mena at the same time. I mean, during the draft, we're talking about, okay, they are so good, they can definitely go for that setups, but we're not seeing that happen cleanly as of now.
Yeah, they're playing a bit defensive, but here, Gun taking a lot of damage. Black almost falling there, but able to back off just in time. But that also gives the opening there for Vivo Keystars to go for the Shadow Overlord, and this fight might not be what Impunity wants right now. The heroes are not here, but let's see how it goes.
Oh, let's see how we go indeed, but Niap actually just pushed away the Maishiranui right at the back. Who's gonna get the steal? And there you go, Ashing will actually steal that objective in favor of Impunity right now, and the rest of the members in here. However, 3 members from the side of Impunity already has fallen down. Sasser is all alone on the side of VKS, now 1 for 1 right now remaining for the rest of them. But again, Impunity stole that objective. Okay.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, they got 4 kills there. They did lose 4 heroes for themselves. It ended up with a 4-for-4 trade, but with the Shadow Overlords, that's gonna push out the lanes quite a bit. The Vanguards have already spawned. The bottom tier 3 tower down to half HP already. So, all in all, they got almost 2,000 gold lead just from that fight. And let's take a look at how it went again. Huge pickup from Danny from the start, and then Asing able to lock down one of those members as well. Sasa barely surviving towards the end, but the long on towards the backlines, way too much damage.
Way too much damage indeed, but I'm actually like surprised, okay? Ended up still on a 1-for-1, but nice steal again coming from Ashing in there. Didn't even have the smite on his side. Usually we would see the 2 smite strategy in here, which we actually can see on VKS right now, but to no afford. Still, it was stolen by Impunity in here. Well, gold lead still onto the hands of Impunity. It seems like they're not allowing VKS to actually catch up.
Yeah, definitely. They are, pushing their advantage constantly, taking fights with their goal advantage. But, they were definitely hoping for something better than a 4-for-4 trade in the last fight. So this next fight is going to be very important for them to see if they are able to take the lead here. Mid lane getting pressured here from the side of VKS, trying to wrestle some map control back in their favor. The tier 1 tower still very healthy though for the side of Impunity, as they're just angling, just positioning himself across the map. Done, able to back away to safety. The burst damage from Shaolin is starting to rack up there. Reina taking so much damage from the 1-2 combo from Shaolin. So he is starting to do a lot of pure damage, and if he lands one of those lucky crits, he might be able to burst down the early with a single combo.
True, we'll just have to wait if Vivo Keystar will actually let that happen. But I love the position of Ashing in here, when he's just waiting to potentially flank maybe on the Lady Jet. I mean, look at the reach, the potential reach of him on the Lady Jet as well as the Arlie. The moment that the Arlie or the Lady Jet actually go onto that side where Ashing is actually hiding, it could be disaster. It could be the end of Vivo Keystar. But let's hold up thought, because it didn't happen anyway, because Vivo Keystar just took the right route to just be, safe into the map. Still though, you can see the mid lane tower of Impunity is still standing strong, but Maishiranui is actually hiding somewhere in the map, potentially waiting for a pickup.
Yeah, he must try and go for the steal. He low. Invisible Warrior is popping to get the steal. No, Danny gets the last hit, but a fight's about to ensue. Black is already low. He has to back off. And I think that is going to be the end of that fight. That will be VKS taking a quick tyrant for his team. That's going to allow them to take the next upcoming fight with additional damage. But Impunity, if they are smart, they're just gonna drag out the game and play across the side lanes to stall this buff and take a fight after it ends.
Yeah, and I think that's what they are actually doing. Just waiting for this Arlie to get more farm for himself and just wait for the opportunity where they actually have a good formation in the map. Not gonna go on to this part of the jungle wherein, you know, there are a lot of walls and gonna be harder to actually go for that formation. All of thought, because we can see Black in here super low with HP getting sandwiched and killed off by the Arlie in here. And there's even further because they are wanting to take the mid lane tower already. Could this potentially be it? But no, they're actually gonna go for this Overlord take as well, as they would potentially want this to help them out in going for lane push.
Yeah, that looks like it was a mistake there from Black, or maybe just miscommunication across the team. He was going, the rest of his team was retreating. Maybe he felt that he was just cornered and had to try and take a fight, but that definitely allowed BKS to get a little bit more of an advantage. Danny spots out Ashing, but able to back off. Just trading damage a little bit for now. Danny's reaching that point where he's starting to become unkillable here.
And I think this is the late game that we are waiting for VKS right now. And look at that, right off the bat, they got 2 towers just right after taking the Shadow Overlord. And now it is a chance for opportunity. Is now a place for Impunity now to try to get a pickup once more while they're actually on the high ground. But let's see about that, if there's going to be any chances for them to see one or Caesar in here to be in the map, to be visible in the map, to get flanked by either My Shiranui or the Dharma.
If Shaolin doing a lot of damage there to Mena, but that bottom lane is going to be pushed out quite a bit. They will be able to deal with the Vanguard rather quickly, but not before they lose that power. So now Zhang Fei forced to recall back to base. That's gonna be you without your main team fight control for a couple of seconds. So if this opening is looked out there by Black, they might be able to find a fight here for Impunity. But both teams are still playing very safe right now.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity though, they seem to be taking advantage that non-presence of Mena in the map from a while ago. Now you can see them having that control, but I don't know, they don't also care about the Shadow Vanguards, but hold on, because we can see it here, the fight's happening right now. Unbridled Outburst has been used. We can see one still all alive, and one member will fall down, ashing onto the hands of Caesar in here. More kills going on to Caesar, and what just happened?
We are back to even game here, Kaisaya. It's even in gold. The lanes are all pushed out. Both teams are pretty much neck and neck right now, but it's a 4 versus 5. Oh, lots of damage there by Sasser. Has to back off there. One punch there from the Mai Shinui. Got her to half health, so she definitely has to look out for the damage that the Mai can bring to her.
Definitely, you definitely want to build some way for you to resist all those burst damage coming from the Mai Shiranui. But then again, everyone's almost complete. Could just wait for 2 seconds or one from Ashing to be present in the map, then they can go back. And we're talking about the final showdown almost at 20-minute game time, because now this is gonna get trickier, you know, like you really want to get this buff in here coming from the Tempest Dragon. It's gonna give you some true damage at the same time, some shields up for the team fight, and seems like they're gonna be forcing off the team fight right now in here. Megumin is super low into the map right now. Black will fall down onto the hands of Caesar, as well as Shaolin in here. Oh, look at the zone being created by the Zhang Fei, and at the same time, the rest of the members in here, 2 members left for the side of Impunity right now. Shaolin will fall down as well, and the rest of the members too, and it is a wipe out. This is what VKS has been waiting for. They don't need a Tempest. They know that they have the draft for team fights, and now they take advantage of it, potentially ending this best of 1 round match up against Impunity. So I guess anytime soon, there's no one coming back from the base, from the side of Impunity, as VKS tops it all down.
I mean, that was just the draft, the late game composition of VKS coming to play here. Once it reached that 12-minute mark, and when Impunity couldn't get any of those high ground towers, it was just VKS's game true and true. I mean, like you said, the superior team fight on the composition allowed them to feel confident of taking the game late, and towards the end game, I mean, Danny as well as Mayna just did so much damage in the team fights by themselves, allowing them to really just shut down this Long. And Shaolin, despite a great start, Long couldn't really fight against such tanky heroes on the side of Vivo Keystars.
Yeah, and you also did mention during the draft, I mean, there's a lot of one-target skills that they have in here. Yes, they can do all that, like what they have been doing up against the main. Mayin was almost not having a good time wherever he goes on the top lane or the bottom lane, because he either gets picked off the Mai Shiranui or the Mai Shiranui and the Liang. But then again, that's about like, okay, one target. But of course, if we're talking about team fights, there's a lot of sustain, there's a lot of CC and protection coming from the Zhang Fei, and at the same time, you know, Kaiser almost undieable in here for as long as he gets the Azure Golem, and at the same time, you know, he can just like go for that almost useful invincible warrior mode that he has in his kit.
Yep, absolutely. You know, definitely played very well there, Danny and Mayna, both of them really playing that front line role really well, and not allowing his opponents to get to the back lines or play as freely as they can. But the early game, we were talking about it, it was just so good there for the side between Impunity, getting favorable trades, getting things done across the map, even when they're losing heroes. But you know, I felt like they could have played a little bit more aggressive, really utilized the network they had on Ashing as well as Shaolin better, but they sort of let that game slip away from them.
Yeah, that's so true. And in here at around 10-minute game time, you can see there's still a lot of exchanges. And these are the moments wherein we can see the pick-offs coming from Ashero as well as Nia up in here, 1-for-1. No worries about that from the side of Impunity. But if we're talking about, you know, team fights, actual team fights, especially the moment where you're talking about late game stage already, there's just so much potential coming from the side of VKS, especially Arlie. She almost doesn't need that protection that she needs into the backline, because she can just like go back to the parasol and just be safe.
Absolutely. And you know, this last fight there, I think it was a mistake there by Shaolin to just land in front of Danny. Probably not the situation you want to be in. He managed to get the kill though, but he did set himself up so that he was very easily picked off right after that. So great engagement there here from the side of VKS, securing their win in the group stage. And that puts VKS on top of the group at the moment. It is still very early on in the group stage, but hey, you know, you take every win you can get, especially with such close competition. You want to make sure you win every game that you're supposed to win, and try your best against those games where it's more of a 50-50 matchup. So great game there by Vivo Keystars, and I think Impunity definitely not their best showing yet, but hey, plenty more games for them in this group stage.
Yeah, that's so true. We have 2 days for the whole group stage. And of course, I mean, we're talking about top 4. So what are the chances, right? Like if you're just going to do your best, you know, there's even more higher chances for you to actually make it up to the knockout stage, because we're taking the top 4 teams to move forward to the next round.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, we have so many things in store for you, ladies and gentlemen. In the Honor of Kings Esports World Cup, and one of the things that we want to talk about is the new Kong Ming skin that's available on very soon. Actually, that's gonna be the Yin and Yang skin. So from the 3rd of August until the 9th of August, you can get this skin at a discount, right? You heard that right. You get a discount of nearly 330 tokens. So it's gonna be selling at a discounted price of 1,350 tokens. And you can get that skin to show off in the battlefield, because he is one of the more beautiful skins there for the Kong Ming.
So true, and that's a huge amount of discount. But for the meantime, we're just going to be heading on to a really short break. Up next will be the match between Team Vitality versus, again, Vivo Keystar. We just had their match a while ago. Once again, we're casters. I'm Kaisai. With me is Zero. We'll be back.
set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيد شوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
The one who would control fate must be heartless. Raise the axe of God to smite all evil. Only then bless the people of Yimeng. Guide your fate. The cycle of rebirth.
I'm pretty sure you guys had fun watching that match between Impunity versus Vivo Kid Stars, and Vivo Kid Stars winning because here for our game 2 it is gonna be VKS versus Team Vitality. Once again, we're your casters. I'm KSI. With me is 0-0. What do you think about the previous match and the upcoming match of Vivo Kid Stars?
I think it was a good showing there by Impunity, but you know, Vivo Key Stars able to make it out of there alive, and they have another match coming up next, which is against Vitality. But hey, you know, this is one of the newer heroes available in the pool as well, along with Shlong. It is the Ogren that is available for you guys to play in the game right now. He is a warrior that can be both very defensive and also very aggressive, and the amount of lifesteal he's able to bring out is tremendous. So he's definitely a hero that you want to look out for when you're drafting for all these teams. So you have to, you know, draft with this hero in mind. But hey, we did see him banned in the first game, so obviously teams are still trying to find a way around it. But hey, if you haven't found a way to defeat it, maybe just ban it first, which is what we're seeing from all these teams at the moment. But once teams have figured it out, or when they're facing against a specific opponent, then we might just see the Ogren just ignored.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. We'll see about that. But for the meantime, our upcoming showdown will be Vivo Kid Stars once more, this time against Team Vitality from France. And, Team Vitality is a mix of different players coming from a different country as well. I mean, would you like to tell us about, these two teams that we are about to see?
Vitality had a good run in the Season 2 Invitational as well. They got 5th to 8th after a pretty decent group stage. They were in the same group as the Vivo Kid Stars, and they only lost against Vivo Kid Stars. So they are definitely a very decently experienced team. They definitely have learned a lot during the Season 2 Invitational, and they're coming in here trying to defeat one of the favorites. I mean, Vivo Kid Stars, they have been playing the game a long time. They have been one of the strongest teams in the entire global scene, but hey, it is a newer roster, I believe, for the side of Vitality. Instead of playing with Shanks, they're playing with Jask as their clash lane, as their farm lane.
And which makes us even more excited because, I mean, this is going to be their showing. And it is a big event. We're talking about Esports World Cup, Invitational Midseason for this year. Way for them to actually showcase their might. But as we were talking about them, here you go. The lineup is going to be 90, Shanks, Highland, Benji, and CT Boy. I mean, these guys, I think they are ready to show Vivo Kid Stars what new strategies they have, and maybe potentially can make an upset. We'll just have to find out.
Yeah, this team is pretty interesting from the European region, of course. I mean, Vitality, they are a mix, like you said, of multiple different nationalities. They've got 2 Chinese players in the team. They've got a couple of German players as well. So it is it's an experiment, a very interesting experiment there by the Vitality organization to try and find a recipe for success. But it's not going to be easy against their opponents. I mean, Vivo Key Stars, they have been multiple time champions in the HoK BR scene, and they are looking like much better than they were in Season 2.
Yeah, we'll have to find out though. And one thing I want to point out though is the communication, right? Okay, for sure they have to make use of English for them to understand each other, unless they know, let's say one just speak Deutsch or Chinese, right? So for sure we are seeing that. But let's take a look at this prediction that we have: 63% on to Vivo Kid Stars, and for Vitality it's 37%. Really, just like what you said, Vivo Kid Stars, I mean, the favorite right now because of what they have shown in the previous events. But I wonder what is going to be the showing right now with a pretty new roster in here, or like a slight re-roster in here that they have. I wonder what's going to be new, because this could be a surprise for Vivo Kid Stars as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think 40-60 is a pretty good odd. If you're on the side of Vitality, you're pretty happy with the odds. Obviously, they are not going to be the favorites in this matchup. They're definitely the underdogs, but hey, this is pretty close in terms of the confidence that you're instilling in the audience against the Season 1 champions. That is going to be a good morale boost, and I hope that Vitality is able to live that up to the audience expectation.
Not bad, not bad. It's like close to 50, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's just like 37, but if you round it up, it's close to 50. It can be. So, yeah, then again, this is talking about momentum. For sure, VK has already had that. They don't have to probably they just took a break. They were they don't have to make adjustments. They've got the momentum already. And I think that's one advantage that they have, at the same time confidence. But of course, Team Vitality at the same time was able to spectate what is in it for Vivo Kid Stars. They were able to, okay, these are their picks, this is how they play. But yeah, so somehow there's the pros and cons in here as well.
Yeah, I think that definitely comes into play, especially in this sort of format. You played back to back. That means you definitely are on a roll if you came off a win, but fatigue might start to come in. You might start to confuse the two teams if you are when you were preparing. So this might be, like you said, pros and cons on both sides, and it comes down to the team's experience as well as how they prepare for such situations for them to be able to exploit or at least make sure that they do not fall for any sort of mind games from their opponents.
That's so true. And we just want to bring up, guys, so if you're posting anything about Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason, don't you forget to use the hashtag HOKXEWC2024. Because if you post, and of course the admins and moderators see that, you will probably get a chance to win some permanent skins. And of course, at the same time, by following our social media pages, you can receive the latest news and updates and esports information about what's happening in Honor of Kings. So make sure you follow the channel now, and don't hesitate to share what are your thoughts are in social media. Again, don't forget to use the hashtag HOKXEWC2024.
Yep. Honor of Kings is everywhere. They are on YouTube, they are on Facebook, they are on X. So make sure you follow all the channels. You also get all the latest esports information, not just the Esports World Cup, but also for other tournaments in the Honor of Kings scene, and also, of course, upcoming heroes that are released as well. So definitely a place you want to be. Make sure you're already following all those different social medias, and you get yourself updated with what's upcoming next.
Did you post already, Zero? I did post already something making use of that hashtag. I hope you did, because we can get a chance to win these skins. Oh, you should do it now. I already did my selfie a while ago showing our casters this. But yeah, everyone's definitely invited in that one. So the teams are just like preparing in here. Of course, this is an on-site event. And you know what? The experience that all of the people, all of the players, Honor of Kings players in Saudi Arabia are experiencing right now in Amazon Arena, Boulevard Riyadh City, I think is so intense and it's so fun. For sure they have something in there. I wish I could be there. We wish you could have been there.
We were talking during the season 2 invitational, me and Blam, we were talking about grabbing a shawarma there or two, but unfortunately it will only be Blam eating my portion of the shawarma. But hey, glad to see all of the players, all of the talents here online and there as well, being able to enjoy and witness a new part of history, because the Esports World Cup is pretty much the place to be right now if you are into the Honor of Kings competitive scene, and it's definitely looking like a very interesting 4 days to come for this tournament.
That's right. And what I like about this, we actually have like multiple broadcasts localized into several different languages. We have Tagalog, we have Chinese, Bahasa Malaysia, Thai, like everywhere. So like whichever you're comfortable at, I think you can see it like the in-game. You can also watch in-game, by the way. It's not just across the social media platforms. So in the in-game, depending on which region you are currently, that is the localized broadcast that you're going to be able to see. So make sure you check on your localized broadcast as well. But if you do prepare to hang out with me and Zero, we're happy and glad to be with you guys as well.
Absolutely, and it's a very, very good match to tune into as well, because Vitality as well as Vivo Keystars, they are very experienced teams. They've been able to play in the season 2 invitational. Vivo Keystars have played in KIC even for the past 2 seasons. So definitely a very experienced team, very experienced players on both sides, and they're gonna need all the experience that they've garnered, and of course the support staff as well. Vivo Keystars is with a new coach. It is the same coach they had in the season 2 invitational, but it is different from their coach from season 1 and their previous coach as well. So Joko coming in for the team once again. He's been able to bring the team to newer heights. But yeah, he's up against a tough challenge, because we have Andy for the coach of Vitality, who has a lot of KPL experience as well.
I mean, experienced coaches that you really would want to get and take advantage of all of those. You utilize that to your team's potential and help your team to actually get to the level that they can do. And I'm pretty sure with all of these highly experienced coaches, they could really give that contribution into opening up more like ideas, strategy, right? And of course it's very much needed, but they're the ones to study the different strategies and how to actually counter out the playstyle of their opponents, regardless whoever it is. And yeah, I think that will definitely contribute a lot. But of course, the execution will be onto the hands of the player themselves. Of course, there's a lot of pressure. They are on stage. People are watching over them on site and online. They could be hearing some feedbacks as well and comments and social media and wherever. So there's a lot of pressure in there. So it's not an easy task to be a pro player in Honor of Kings for sure.
Yep, absolutely. The distractions, from social media definitely can come into play here. Obviously, there is more pressure. There is more expectations on towards the side of Vivo Keystars. Where else, Vitality, they're coming in as a much younger team compared to their opponents. They have less expectations. They just have to outperform themselves and their opponents to take the win. So they do have that going for them. And, they do have the experience as well in the Honor of Kings scene. So we'll see, in this matchup, which one of these two teams will be able to take this. Because if Vitality takes this win, they are pretty much, 1 foot in through the door towards the playoffs. But if they lose this, then Group A might see a much more different outcome than what we expect. But hey, draft's about to start here, Kaisaya, and we're about to go in. Heino and Mai Shunui banned out almost instantly, as well as a Dolia ban there for Vitality, which leaves VKS to think, hey, what do we want to take out here? Is it going to be the Ogren? Are we going to let through the Long? Or, are we going to just allow both those heroes to go through and pick one of those for ourselves?
Yeah, that's true. But also don't forget the Daxiao being opened right now as we see the Lady Jen getting banned as well. But then again, it makes you think, okay, if you are on the blue side, you only get to secure one hero. And with that one hero to secure, you want to make sure that this is going to pay off later on. It seems like they are going to be looking at the Arlie, which is, again, we saw a while ago, late game potential or the power spike potential. She has it.
Yeah, VKS will pick up the Ogren as well as the Princess Frost. So utility CC Mage already locked in there for VKS. One has plenty of experience on that hero. He's definitely no stranger to that, being one of the more meta heroes in towards the mid lane. And Ogren is going to be picked up there by Danny to be played in the jungle. This is the first time we're going to be seeing Ogren in this stream at least. So that's going to be very interesting to see. But Vitality, that's going to be a Shangguan and Musashi instantly picked up. So a lot of single target focus damage, trying to burst down this Ogren as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's so true. And we're talking about early game potential as well. With the Shangguan, you definitely would want to get those first blood kill to take advantage of your power spike. And maybe allow your Arlie to go online as well. But pretty balancing here with the Musashi. But we're talking about hard CC as well. Definitely can go for engage in here. So, but of course, with Princess Frost on the side of VKS, he needs to make sure that he's going to be choosing his battles. Yeah. Like, definitely you would want some backup with you as well. But yeah, we'll see about that as we head on to our next phases of the ban. Ooh, our Yarya ban in here. Seems like they don't want that combo between the Yarya and the Arlie.
Yeah, or even Arya plus Arya Shangguan, Arya Musashi. Yeah. Those are very potent combinations in the support role. So Vitality won't have that defensive support for themselves. But, a Zhang Fei still left in the pool if they want to bolster up their team fight a little bit. If they don't, they can go for something a little bit more unorthodox, like the Guiguzi is still open for them. The Ming is available for them if they want to play it with the Arlie as well. But yeah, like 2 new heroes on the side of VKS, the Long and the Ogren being picked up by them. And let's see if they're able to play those heroes to the fullest.
If they're gonna make an Honor of Kings content, this is gonna be coming from VKS game up against Vitality because they had to have the 2, very fresh heroes. But yeah, you mentioned about the Guigutsu. I mean, I want to see this particular roamer as well. I mean, lots of surprise plays that this one can do, and at the same time CCs and setups. But then again, it's gonna be up to the teams. Still, there is no roamer from the side of team VKS and Vitality. But there are actually a lot of roamer ban, the Zhuangzi as well as the Zhang Fei being added into the ban pool.
Yep. We have been seeing the Zhuangzi picked up and just put into compositions more often after the recent buff. Definitely much more viable than he was previously. But will be taken out there by Vitality. Not many supports left in the pool for them. Would this be a Ming? Would this be a consort Guigutsu? Maybe that could be good for their pickoffs and speed. But if they're playing into the Lianpo and Princess Frost, It's tough. There's a lot of team fight there for the side of Vivo Keystars.
Seems like Vivo Keystar really love this team fight type of composition, right? A while ago on their matchup against Impunity, that is their setup.
Yep.
Of course, just this time, it's just different set of heroes, but still the same playstyle that they can do. And I think they just have to wait for, of course, the power spike that may come up along in here. But at the same time, they have to respect the early potential of Ogran. Ogran is a very early game hero, so I think we should look forward to seeing that first blood coming from VKS as well, or the pick-offs. Trying to take down as early as possible the Arlie as well and not allow her to go online. But Amatsu securing here as the support of Vitality. What do you think about that?
I'm not a huge fan of the Moses support in this particular lineup. There's, I think, too much single target. You got the Dharma, you got the Shangguan. He does make the single target fights better, but it doesn't help your team fights a lot. So I'm a little bit I don't really like the Moses pick here, but it might work out there by Vitality if they're able to get these long-range pickoffs in towards a better sort of 5 versus 4 fight where they outnumber their opponents. But hey, it might turn out good for them, but we'll see. Niap gets his hand on the Main once again.
Yeah, Niap on the Mayin. We saw how he played the Mayin well, just getting picked off by single targets a while ago though. But yeah, going back onto the Matsu though, I mean, yeah, that's so true. But I guess if he is able to utilize the pokes he can do with the Cannon Blast, maybe he can shut down the farm lane side early on. But of course, it's gonna be tough because we're talking about a Lienpo in here that has a lot of sustain and at the same time a lot of CC as well. So if we're talking about late game and of course team fights, I'm definitely eyeing more onto the side of VKS composition. But if we're talking about Shangguan getting the early and Musashi as well, allowing the Arlie to go online as soon as possible, maybe Team Vitality can do it.
Yeah, they definitely have the earlier power spike, you know, the Shangguan, the Musashi. If they both play together very well, we might be seeing them take the game in their own hands with their aggression. But if VKS is able to do the same thing they did in the previous series, which is stall out the fights, get towards their power spikes, which is much later than their opponents, and then take the win from there, it will be going towards the VKS way. So laning stage going to be important for Vitality. VKS less so. They just need to make sure they don't lose out in the laning stage too much and try and stall out this game. Try and defend their high ground by the 8 to 12 minute mark, and if they're able to do that, they should take the late game.
Now it's not just up to them to execute whatever Coach Zero has told us, but yeah, we saw the potential of the composition. Now it's a matter of execution. But don't you forget, guys, again, the Ogran skin, Ogran promotion that we have right now. Again, this is an amazing warrior. Actually, you can see him being played by Danny right now. Balance of offense and defense, able to condense spirit of enemy heroes to assist in the battles. Again, very early game stage hero, which has the Seer state, wherein his basic attacks can kill off targets immediately if they have a low HP. So yeah, let's take a look at the action of this Ogran being used by Danny right now on the side of VKS.
Yeah, this game is pretty interesting because Vitality has opted to push Shangguan in towards the bottom lane and allow Arlie to farm up in the mid lane, which has given them a slight lead, not the biggest of leads, but it allows them to be more active across the map, find sort of openings to get a couple of jungle steals, get a bit of aggression going on. Musashi going towards the top lane to try maybe pick off Niap before he's level 4 to help out the Dharma. But you know, the Dharma 90's on the Saint Seiya skin. Very, very nice skin on the Dharma. Bottom lane, ooh, good stun there from Mozu, but the Long able to heal up, able to push them back, keep them alive for a bit, just create the distance to keep them alive, and they're not going to be able to progress any further from that.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Cannon blasts here and there. That's gonna be super annoying for a short-ranged hero like that of the Maina, like that of Maina's hero, Lienpo. So that's gonna be annoying for him until he builds his, you know, itemization. So much about that. But we talk about Nighty. Seems like being bullied by 2 members in the side of Vivo Kidstars up there. Seems like they're trying to contest that one, and they don't want the Dharma to also go online.
Yeah, Dharma's only level 4 right now. Niap's already level 5, so a little bit of an advantage going towards the way of Niap. His skills are going to do a little bit more damage. Whatever is going to be huge in the upcoming fights is if Niap's able to pick off maybe the Arlie, maybe the Shangguan before he's able to pop her ultimate. So that's going to be something to look out for if you are the side of Vitality. But very passive game so far. Both sides just content on really just farming across the map. Danny might be in some trouble. Here comes the ultimate there. He's gonna get a kill on towards Danny. That's gonna be a first blood going towards the way of Highland.
Really nice finishing stroke in there. A while ago we were talking about, okay, this Shangguan really needs to find that first blood, or you know, even the Shangguan or the Musashi. But there you go, we got it coming from the side of Vitality right now. But there goes the duel to death coming from the Musashi, killing off the target, preheating Shank right now, killing off the life of one. Princess Frost is gone in the map, and they go for the invade. Lienpo is gonna go for that knockup, but then again, no other casualties onto the side of Team Vitality, as they are safe, pretty safe, no kills from the side of VKS.
Yeah, they managed to take away the Sage Golem, Azure Golem buff, which is huge for the Ogren. Ogren really needs all the cooldown reduction and mana regeneration he can get. So that's going to slow down his game a little bit. And he's definitely not going to be too happy about that. But top lane, 90 trying to lay the pain on towards Niap. Mid lane, Highland might be in some trouble.
Definitely though. Though we can see that Winter is here. You're already pop, not gonna be useful anytime soon that Vitality goes for any team fight. But knowing that there is no ult onto one right now, they are gonna go for this easy contestant onto the Tyrant, of course. Anytime soon that they would see potential team fight, that is gonna give some magical chain lightning buff for coming from them as well. Because we're talking about, okay, some source of magic damage, not only coming from Shangguan, but there's also some magic damage coming from Shank's Arlie. But hold a thought, because will there be a fight? No, they're just carrying off away for now.
Yeah, Benji was in a good position to just stop them from progressing on towards Shanks. And yeah, Vitality off to a decent start for their heroes. I mean, 1,600 gold in their favor right now. CT Boy rotating towards the top to try and pressure on towards Niap with the Dharma. They definitely have the burst damage to burst her down if she gets caught out. So Niap has to watch out not to be caught out by CT Boy here.
Ooh, I love the zoning in here. The position coming from the side of Vitality.
Island.
Even the Shangguan will be actually scaring off the Mayin in there. If you're not going to be backing away, I'm going to give you some painting. I'm going to give you some finishing stroke. That is what the Shangguan Highland was saying. But hold a thought, because we have a fight happening in here. An invade coming from the side of VKS right now. And there goes the Tremor Smash being used by the Lienpo. Unfortunately, not catching a lot of members on the side of Vitality. To no afford, they're not gonna get any kills as of yet still.
Yeah, good movements there by Vitality. They baited out Winter's coming as well as the Tremor from Mayna. So that's two huge team fights ultimate off cooldown right now from the side of VKS. And Vitality, look at that. They're pushing towards the bottom lane, really just using the timing without the ultimate. Sasser doing a lot of damage, though Shank's in some trouble, but here comes Highland towards the back line. Long able to pop his ultimate and back off for now, but he's trying to re-engage. Will he fall? Almost dying, but Highland might be the next one to fall here. Almost bring him down.
Just getting a lot of damage, but the Cannon Blast is here, and Shank's not yet even done, because he's gonna go for that kill up against one. One will fall down, and one member down once more from the side of VKS. But in the meantime, we see some tussle ongoing onto the top side part of the map right now. The jungle comp of Vitality, super low in HP, was that Ogran, but will be able to save thanks to that path of passing being used. But look at this Arlie all alone in the bottom left part of the map, gonna get deleted by the Mayin Niap, and that is still going to be the first kill coming from the side of VKS.
Good rotation there by Niap, able to pick off Shanks. That's going to be a huge kill for them to try and slow down this Arlie before she reaches her critical mass there in towards the mid game. So that allows DKS to buy some time for Sasser to try and come back in towards this game. His laning stage was okay, but not the best they could hope for. But hey, oh no,
Oh no, indeed, CT Boy in here trying to see all the damage right now. But we're seeing here, Tremor Smash has been used, but it's gonna get deleted by Highland right now again. That is the guy who actually got the first blood. He said, you're gonna get deleted even though you have some sort of tankiness in here. You are not yet on your power spike. So I guess in here, VKS rather, or Vitality will just need to keep up with their momentum right now and has to finish this game as early as possible before they see VVK stars on actually getting their late game potential. But Bulafat not yet even in here done for the T5 because we can see Law making use of the infinite vastness in here, trying to go for a kill. Will be able to go for that kill up against one more member on the side of Team Vitality. Yes, he will, because 90 is down. Highland as well getting slowed down. The triple kill coming from Danny. What is this? All alone is Shanks right now.
4 heroes quickly brought down there by Vivo Keystars that will allow them to pressure on this mid tower. Shanks in some trouble. Parasol is up. He's able to back. Whoa, that's very aggressive. He's trying to go for the kill, but Sasser able to survive and actually get a return onto Shanks. That's going to be an ace from the side of VKS, and that's going to be them back into this game.
I think he should just really just back away. He was all alone. There is definitely no way. Even though, okay, you are very mobile, but definitely with a lot of CC coming from Lienpo as well as the Princess Frost, that is not something you cannot, move away from.
This fight, I thought it would have gone towards the way of Vitality, but somehow, one able to survive. A lot of damage taken by Danny, but Danny was able to get all the lifesteal up and running, keep him alive for as long as possible. And it was just Vitality had not enough burst damage, had not enough damage to finish them off. And then the prolonged fight is always going to go towards Algren's way.
That's so true. We'll just have to find out though, because I mean the gold lead is not as massive anyway as well. It's not just, I think it's just a matter of execution. For as long as there is no pick off onto Shanks right now, there's gonna be a source of damage. Even Highland as well. We can see that. Okay, I thought he's gonna go all in on that one. He could have potentially died as well, but safe to say he went back, did not finish the stroke coming from her ultimate. So I think it's safe. They just really have to find a way to go for a good formation first. But talking about formation, is this the one that's gonna be pulled off by Vivo Keystar? Okay, there's a lot of here and there right now, so no full commitment as of this time.
Yeah, both teams just trying to bring down this tier 1 mid tower that's gonna open up the enemy's jungle for them. But that's going to be the first Shadow Tyrant spawning towards the bottom. They're trying to go for it. Here is Vitality, but VKS looking for a fight, itching for a fight in fact. But we have to look out for Dharma. Dharma might find an opening here that might change the fight of this game.
Yeah, that's so true. But talking about availability of ultimate, everyone has their ultimate up, so a lot of setup can be done coming from VKS as well. Now that they take down the mid lane tower, they're gonna get more vision onto both sides of the map. And speaking about that, both of the objectives are actually off for taking. But hold the thought, because we can see in here, Mayin actually getting cornered in here, but a follow-up being, or the chase coming from the Lienpo as well. CT Boy on a dangerous position right now, but there goes the shields here and there. Here's gonna go for the kill onto Danny. Very, oh my goodness, not very tanky. I mean, he's not the type of a tanky hero that you want to actually go for a front line. Usually, maybe he goes for the vision and the clean up, but quite unfortunately, he'll be taken down. And to no afford, they will not be able to contest or go for this objective.
And they do lose the Tyrant for that, and the mid tier 1 is in some trouble as well. So great fight there for Vitality. They get the tower, they get the objective, they get the kill on towards Danny. Now this Ogren, he is not very sustainable if he gets imperiled as well as just get chain knocked up from their side. And the burst damage from Shangguan definitely enough to bring him down rather quickly.
Yeah, that's so true. But now we can see though the reclaiming of position onto the top side part of the map. all of the members of Vitality in here are, you know, closely together, so in case team fight would happen, but nope, there's the main actually catching up. A potential team fight would happen right now. There goes the finishing stroke. Will be able to finish it though, because there goes one will fall down as well thanks to the Dharma, but BKS Danny actually trying to go for the free hit, but to no afford because he will fall down as well. Sizer all alone, and here we can see the rest of the members of Vitality now free hitting as well. I think I really love 90's setup in there, or rather the pick off. And now what just happened? This is now Shanks just wanting to go all straight forward onto the middle lane.
He just needs the creeps. He has the physical damage for sure. And once those creeps arrive at that tower, this tier 3 tower is not long for this world. CT Boy there to back him up as well. So that's going to be Vitality taking the first tier 3 of the game. We were talking about how Vitality needed to take a tier 3 as by the 12-minute mark. Sure, it is the 13-minute mark, slightly later than you would expect, but hey, they're still in a very commanding lead right now.
Blue team has
That's so
destroyed
true.
a
I mean,
tower.
this is okay now. It's now 5k gold lead we're talking about right now.
Arlie's huge.
Arlie definitely will hurt a lot with the itemization that he is, even a longer range in terms of damage that he can pull off. I mean, we do know that there's a slight disadvantage in terms of if you compare it up against Long, but then again, he is now well fed. Definitely can, you know, burst down any tanky heroes, even in the form of the Lianpo. So I think we just have, in terms of like waiting for the proper formation, we just have to wait for Shanks to actually get that position to free hit anywhere in the map. But if VKS is able to pick off anyone from the main sources of damage coming from Vitality, they definitely can also like turn the tables around.
Yeah, definitely one good fight is what Vitality needs to try and claw their way back into this game. The network lead definitely not helping them out. Shangguan dropping the ultimate. Are they going to bring down the Lian Pono? Meina's taking a lot of that damage, but still stays alive for the moment. Oh, Arlie almost getting the kill there, but Shanks a little bit not enough damage there. Danny barely managing to survive, but that's going to be the Vanguard going towards the way of Vitality, and they will start pushing maybe the top or maybe the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's true. And well, with that buff, of course, they definitely can take advantage of that one in going for that push. They're definitely gonna deal more damage if they go onto the lane where the Vanguard is. But seems like they're gonna go for the team fight onto the top side part of the map right now. Look at the back line being initiated in here by CT Boy, but CT Boy super low on HP thanks to the shield. However, still gonna be able to survive with a slither of a... Look at his HP bar, super low right now. He definitely needs to back away.
Yeah, good itemization there by CT Boys, keeping him alive. That was too close to call. I mean, I thought CT Boy was pretty much dead at that point, but somehow managing to survive there and able to back off and get his HP up before the Vanguard does spawn to help them push out. So that's gonna be an opening for VKS, but it's not gonna be too much of time left because this Tyrant is gonna go towards the way of Vitality.
So true, and this is a free one. Really nice way to actually create that space by the Matsu in here. Almost close, but look at this damage coming from the Arlie. Shanks just taking down the life of the Lianpo, even a double kill. There is no tanky hero in here for the side of BKS said Vitality, and there you go. All of the members of Vitality healthy, all alive, and these are like 2 members remaining from the side of BKS. Is this gonna be it? We're talking about 33 seconds death timer right now, but there's still a possibility on fast clearing though. But look at this finishing stroke being done by this Shangguan, defeating the life of BKS 1. But there you go. This is the underdog play that Vitality has just showcased us. What a win.
We're talking about how 30%, 40% odds look absolutely perfect there for the side of Vitality, and they definitely showcased to us that, hey, underdogs, they have a story to tell too. And that story is they will take a map, they will take a win against Vivo Keystars, against a team that they couldn't find a win in the Season 2 Invitational. This is the growth that this team has showcased throughout this preparation phase for the Esports World Cup. And right now, Group A looks very interesting.
Wow, I mean, I am so impressed. This is like, I mean, sometimes like when you become the underdog or like they're like lesser support, this just challenges you, right? To just focus on like doing the best. And I guess again, the coach helped as well for sure in re-strategizing, making sure that they can actually pull off the composition that they have drafted from a while ago, and it went really perfect. We were looking for the Shangguan early pickoff, and that did actually happen. I think it really paid off as well in making sure we're in okay. Benji will just be poking out whoever it is that will try to go on to either the Arlie or the Shangguan. I mean, there's not much protection needed between these two because they're quite mobile anyway, but still, the poke really hurt a lot. I mean, we saw even Mena, that's a Lienpo, quite tanky as well as Niap as well. So, but the damage onto the late game coming from the Arlie, I think that really hurt a lot.
Oh, absolutely. That was, a great showing there by Vitality, the early game aggression, and then them really dismantling those team fights. Sure, there was some lapses there for Vitality towards the mid game, but their late game execution, their late game fights, their targeting as well as just team fight positioning was absolutely perfect. And long 0-2 so far, at least in Stream B, it is not a good showing for the new hero.
At least we got a lot of highlights from Danny. I mean, you remember the triple kill that Danny got on the Ograb. But yeah, for two new heroes, being on the losing side, that's not a good showing. But I think we can just like select some bits of highlight coming from the whole stream. But then again, this is an amazing series to watch. To be honest, a lot of things can happen. I mean, Vivo Keystar got their 1 point up against Impunity. Now it's the time of Vitality to actually shine. And you can see this is 60-minute game time wherein Shanks is just basically free hitting from the back line. They're having a hard time with this like 4-item power spike that was given to her. And I think thanks to the confidence coming from the Shangguan a while ago, Highland for doing that early pick-offs.
Absolutely great fight there. And I think MVP for me from the side of Vitality definitely has to be City Boy. City Boy there, really great showing from him in this match, and he was able to really play the Musashi to its fullest. I mean, Musashi is one of those heroes that if he's not played well, he falls off. He doesn't do much around the map, but City Boy in this game was able to lock down key targets, able to go for very crucial knockups, very crucial the Imperos to be able to really just force the hand. And this was a great game there by the Musashi.
Yeah, that's true. Many times we actually saw him go onto the back line, just managing his, like shields and HP regen. I think that really paid. He knows, like, he really knows this hero so well. I'm pretty sure of that because when he's gonna go back away to make sure that he will still survive even with this leader FL. And I think that allowed the space for Shanks and Highland to actually free hit, and that actually stopped Caesar, the long on the side of VKS to deal the damage that he needs to do.
Yeah, he was so impressive knowing like when he can go in and when he needs to back off. How many fights did we see him just running away with an inch of his health but always surviving there? Really great showing there from the entire team, in fact, from the side of Vitality. 90 played great on the Dharma. Of course, Highland was very spectacular on the Shangguan, and of course Shanks with the damage that he's brought out there. Really crucial for Vitality to win this fight.
Yeah, that's true. But in here for the whole stream, there will actually be another match for Vitality if you want to see. I think though it's going to be quite a long break for them because they're going to be the last match later on Series 3 up against LGD. But still, a good start for them. Again, we were talking about the pros and cons. VKS having that momentum from a while ago, but at the same time, Vitality seeing the playstyle of VKS from their matchup against Impunity. But yeah, very interesting. I'm loving the storyline so far. It's like it's getting tricky to guess like who's gonna be on the second spot, first spot, third, or fourth for each group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's up in the air right now. If you look at all the performances of all the teams, it looks like anyone can get out of the groups alive. So this tells a better story that it's not one team that's just dominating everybody, but in fact it is, you know, all these teams very close in terms of their strength against each other. So this is absolutely what I want to see, and I hope that, you know, this pattern continues on, because we've got a lot of great matches happening after this as well. You know, Loops versus Falcon, that's going to be coming up next. We've got Weibo against All Gamers Global. We've got Loops against Weibo after that, Team Secret against Impunity, and LGD against Vitality. Like you said, a lot of great matches. Group A and B are still up in the air. There's not a single team yet that seems to be running away with everything, but you know, that might change throughout the course of the day.
That's true. And Falcons, by the way, in their home court at the moment, I've seen or heard like one of our fellow casters actually able to visit their headquarters in there. So really cool, I would say. That's so cool.
Absolutely, it is in their home ground. They do have their home court advantage, and we'll see if that's going to amount for anything, because they're going to be playing against Loops, the second seed from the HoK BR circuit, and of course top 4 in the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational as well. So a pretty tough matchup. Of course, you know, Falcons is a rather newer organization in the Honor of Kings scene, but the roster did come from the former stalwart esports players. You've got Wawa, you've got Ray, you've got Clue playing for the side of Falcons. So definitely a very experienced team as well. A couple of roster changes here and there, but their core still remains intact, and they have been doing pretty decently for themselves.
I mean, we saw Vitality a while ago, who's done some adjustments in their roster, right? And they showed off like something new, and actually quite a surprise for the fans of Honor of Kings Esports and Vivo Kidstars themselves. So I think it's not going to be anything, it could be anything different for Loops this time. So we'll just have to find out. But then again, you guys, we are inviting you to check out our HoK camp, because in here, you can actually do a player review. So if you have any comments on the playstyle on your particular favorite player in here from your favorite team, make sure you head onto HoK camp and enter the player review section. You can rate and share your opinion about them, and in this event as well, you can earn some in-game rewards by posting your review. So make sure you head in there now.
Absolutely, plenty of goodies, plenty of information in the Honor of Kings camp, and what better way to learn about the game than to learn from the pros. So make sure, you know, you get in there, be a part of it, and be able to be a part of the Esports World Cup as well.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at that right now. That's the advantage of being a remote caster. We can just like make use of our second monitor to, you know, browse through whatever is happening in there. So yeah, there's a lot of updates in here. You can even actually vote for the teams that you think will move forward to the next round per group. So yeah, that is something like it. I like it, the fact that, you know, Honor of Kings would love to hear everyone's voice, right? Like, okay, you can share your opinion, whether in social media, on their official website as well. Let's say, for example, the Honor of Kings camp section. So make sure you share your thoughts in there, and a way for you to connect with other community members too.
Yep, definitely be in there, and of course be here as well to witness the next upcoming match. That's going to be Falcons going up against Loops, but that's going to happen only after a short break, guys. So don't go anywhere. Loops versus Falcons will be coming back after a bit.
All I need is a target.
And we are now halfway to the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason 2024 Esports World Cup. I'm Kaysai, with me is Zero. Happy to bring you the action for the next match, Loops versus Falcons. Zero, what do you think about that?
This is going to be a very interesting matchup for sure. I mean, Loops, probably the second best team from Brazil right now, will be facing up against the strongest team from the MENA region, so it's going to be a very interesting matchup. And if anything, you know, Vitality versus VKS has shown us that underdog stories can happen. They are in fact very likely to happen.
Yes, that's so true. I was actually like pointing out, but yeah, here you go. Hashtag HOKX EWC 2024. Super exciting to actually see the action that will happen and what you guys will say about, you know, the players, the teams, who you're vouching for. We want to see that across all different social media, whether it be on X or Facebook, or whether you love to post as well in any other sort. I mean, we're actually almost everywhere right now, right? TikTok. There are also the Chinese platform right now where our Chinese casters are actually casting.
Yeah, we are everywhere. This is the place to be. This is going to be Loops going up against Falcons. And this is going to be, both teams are from Group B. So it's going to, looking at how Group B has gone so far. KPL Dream Team hasn't lost a match yet. We've got Loops defeating Boom Esports earlier in the day. So this is their second match of the day. If they take this win, they will be firmly on top in Group B to compete with the KPL Dream Team. And for the side of Falcons, they lost their first match against Falcon lost their first match against the KPL Dream Team, which is what a lot of people would expect. KPL Dream Team being the strongest team in this tournament. But hey, if they want to claw themselves back and secure a spot in the playoffs, this is the match that they need to try and win.
Yeah, you want the top 4 spot, whether you be on the second, third, or fourth, doesn't matter anymore.
Doesn't matter.
Maybe just come back on the knockout stage. But we'll see, you know. I want to see an upset to happen because that is going to be, you know, one of the best storylines maybe that we could tell here in the midseason group stage. But yeah, we'll just see about that. Again, something for Falcons to catch up on, but at the same time, Loops to actually get more points to secure for their position to the knockout stage. But yeah, this is gonna be super interesting. But then again, you see that you can also head into stcplay.gg if you want to share what your predictions are. I think those were the source. This is where we get our sources when we show off, like, you know, the who's got the better teams. But yeah, let's take at our roster coming from the side of Loops, coming from Brazil. We have ABH, Mighty, we have Cher, Kang, and Tempest. Really, I think they are really here. You know, they are prepared to actually take on the stage. Maybe top second, second place or third here in Group B. So I'm just so excited to see how are they gonna go on for this matchup against Falcons.
Yep, they are a lesser-known team in the Brazil region, but currently pretty much up there in terms of strength. Definitely a team to look out for. Meanwhile, you know, they have been sticking with the same roster as well. You know, Tempest has been the player to look out for in terms of the farm lanes area as well. Very strong in its individual right. So, you know, Loops defeating Boom Esports, which did come from the SEA showdown. They just finished a match yesterday against RRQ, so they have qualified, but you know, obviously not a good start to the group here. But let's see if Falcons is able to stop their bleeding a little bit. You know, they are currently 0-1 and they would like to get a win on the board for themselves. Clue, Wawa, Ray, Nabil, and Sofian. A lot of very experienced players that played from the Season 1 Invitational up to the Season 2 Invitational. Under a different organization, of course, but the core of the team still pretty much remains the same, and Falcons looking to get even more Esports World Cup club points for themselves.
That's true, and they are in their home court, so might as well just maybe could be just the warm up that they did a while ago. Maybe now they do have the chance and the momentum to actually take on a win on this group. But then again, this is just day one, but this, you know, it couldn't be that much of an excuse if you would say, okay, this is just day one, we're just warming up, we want game 2. But yeah, let's show you the predictions. If you have voted in here, you definitely contributed. Oh, look at that whopping 84% for Team Falcons. Ooh, what is this?
Court advantage. This is home court advantage right here. 16% for Loops. That's crazy. I would have put this matchup more of a 50-50. Personally, you know, 55-45 maybe going towards the way of Loops, but damn, this is a huge, you know, showing. This is a lot of pressure for Falcons to need to show up in front of their home crowd.
Yeah, definitely. At least, I mean, they could definitely take that as an inspiration and motivation to actually do their best up against Loops right now. Because Loops, I mean, not being a favorite of the audience right now who voted there at STC Play, but looks like they would potentially want to show off what they actually got in here. But yeah, it makes me super excited if we're gonna be seeing some of the other you know, adjusted heroes as well. I mean, John Wei definitely one of the adjusted heroes where in terms of like the mechanics wherein there's an added dash now to his S1 and at the same time you know, the reduced true damage coming from the ult. But of course, other than that, we have yet to see Yao. I mean, pretty new as well, kind of, but which we have yet to see in Invitational Midseason 2024. I wonder though, Sunbin, another one that actually got an adjustment with an added movement speed, of course. But yeah, we'll see about that. And oh yeah, a while ago we saw the Princess Frost, which also actually got nerfed. Wherein her early game strength was actually reduced, which we quite saw a while ago. We're in the Shangguan, right?
Yep.
Did actually gain more advantage from the early stages. So we'll see about that. What's going to be the draft on Loops and Falcons. But for you, what do you think would be might be something that we could expect between these two teams in terms of like their picks?
You know, Falcons always have been the teams to pick up very mid-game oriented marksmen. You know, they like their Lady Suns, they like their Arlies, they like playing aggressive early on to get a foothold on the game. And Loops, I think, play very similarly as well. They like their mid-game team fights. They like their invades in towards the enemy jungles. So this is going to be very interesting to see sort of which team can play faster than their opponents, and whichever team is able to keep up with the tempo and really initiate the fights should be having an advantage in this particular matchup. But hey, draft's about to start. We have bans right away. The Leah as well as the Tachao taken out, along with the Mai Shunui as well. So a lot of ladies taken out in the draft, and Ogren towards the end from the side of Falcon to cap things off in the first ban phase. And Arlie instantly first pick there by Loops. Not a surprise to anybody, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is like the third series that we see the Harley getting prioritized in here. Again, the late game advantage. I mean, sometimes you don't even have to wait for the late game. For as long as, you know, you get the early pickoffs, you get to farm. Even when you are talking about the time, game timer of like 4 to 10 minutes game time, for as long as you get the item. This is an Arlie that can just like go wild and ham, you know, even if we're talking about tanky frontliners like that of the Zhangfei. But in terms of the engage and disengage potential, I love the combination of Falcons, Zhangfei, and Lady Jen in here. So much CZ and so much way to actually give protection to their main carries.
So much team fight there from the side of Falcons. Loops going for a counter team fight with the Sun Bin and Elaine. So that's going to be their own sort of team fight composition they're looking for. You know, obviously Zhangfei, Lady Zen, those are tier 1 in terms of team fight compositions. But hey, Elaine's probably the next best thing that you can get in the pool at the moment. Sun Bin as well. Great counter pick to as well as blocking your opponents from picking up the Sun Bin for yourself. So that's going to allow them to have Arlie be in a better position to take these fights. So Musashi will be the third pick for Falcons, trying to lock down this Arlie, trying to stop this Arlie from getting out of control. Let's see if it works out, because we did see Vitality have a great game on the Musashi that was in the hands of CT Boy, but you know, can Falcon repeat that performance?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is a CC luck that you definitely would want to have up against an Arlie, because, I mean, Zhangfei, although Zhangfei and Lady Jen have the CCs, these are like skill shots. You want to make these are something that basically Arlie can avoid, right? But if we're talking about Musashi's duel to death, you know, that's going to be an on-point target if in case. But yeah, let's see, because they do have Kang's Sunbin in here that can give, you know, the poke and the potential to actually take down the life of Musashi early on, if we're talking about an off-guarded Musashi in here in the team fights.
Absolutely. This Musashi has to be dealt with though, some way or the other, because we've seen Musashi sort of fall off if they are shut down early on. So let's see if Loops has any answer for that. They do ban out the Mayin as well as the Dharma, taking away the Clash Lane pool, which leaves open heroes like the Charlotte, like the Byron. If Falcon wants to pick that up, they will lock down the Charlotte for Ray, and it's going to be just the jungle missing right now for Loops, as well as the mid lane, of course. No Jing, no Dun taken away, so jungle heroes not many left in the pool as well for Loops. Maybe the Kaiser is an opening for them if they want to go for that, but without seeing the enemy marksman, they might be hesitant to pick up something as polarizing as the Kaiser, and maybe they want to just play a hero that fits it to their tempo. Is that going to be the main key though? I'm not sure about this main key pick right now.
I'm not so sure as well. I was actually looking for, okay, I think they need an engage in here on the side of Loops, because it seems like they're missing it. I mean, a lane, definitely he can dive, but this is not like the engage that we're going to be looking for. Maybe they might just be relying on Mankey's engage, but this is not like, you know, hard CC engage we're talking about. So I think it's going to be a little trickier on their side, but they do have a lot of poke with the Haino as well, and of course the Sunbin.
Yeah, they have a lot of decently tanky heroes as well. You know, Elaine, Menki, Heino, these are heroes that are very good in the front line. So Falcons instantly picked up the Luban number 7 on Wawa. That's one of his signature heroes. That's one of the best heroes to burst down tanks as well. So that's a marksman. Do they have any answer for the Luban? Not really. I mean, Arlie's probably the only one that can try and pick him off before he wreaks havoc. But I think this is one of these games where, you know, this Luban can absolutely carry the game by himself.
Yeah, that's true. Especially we're talking about AoE damage in here. And it's not just going to be Luba number 7 that's they're going to be soldiers of AoE. We got Lady Jen as well. And of course, if we're talking about them getting the protection coming from Zhang Fei, they can definitely free hit from the backline. But let's see. It's all about the execution. Again, this is Loops coming from Brazil. And home court advantage right now from Saudi Arabia, Team Falcons. Let's see. How are they going to go?
Let's see, indeed. Sofiane off to a great start towards the bottom. They're going to really pressure this Arlie here. So the Luban does have the better range and poke and harass. So Zere is going to be suffering a little bit, taking a bit of tower damage as well. But that also means he's not able to get additional farm from these jungle creeps.
Yeah, that's so true. Of course, with the range disadvantage that the Arlie has, he needs to cool down. What more if there's actually Zhang Fei guarding this Luba number 7 with lots of protection? But then again, he can just like go under the tower, just be safe, avoid potential death. But we can see some rotation coming from Haino as well as the Sunbin. I wonder if they actually plan out, but I think they saw that, right? Like Lady Jen said already, okay, they're going down, just be careful, go back under the tower, and just be safe.
Just be safe is probably the name of the game for both sides. In fact, you know, both of these teams, they do not have a very early timing. Tank kind of wants to get some farm on the Haino before anything else. The Menki kind of wants to reach level 6 before he's starting to engage across the map. But looks like Ray as well as Nabil is trying to scout things out in the jungle, trying to find an idea where their opponents are rotating. Top lane though, Charlotte might be in some trouble. 3 heroes there, a lane pops to death by Sunset. They're gonna get a kill onto the Charlotte. No, the heal up. Tempest in trouble. It's gonna be first blood. Double kill in fact for Wawa. 1 versus 2, no sweat whatsoever.
Hang on, I mean that was a disrespect, but hold up because we have another fight ongoing onto the one lane part of the map. Luba number 7 will fall down already. So was Sarah in here, the Arlie and the map, a 1-for-1 trade between our farm laners. But going back to what has happened on the top side, I mean that was such a disrespect onto Wawa. We're talking about Charlotte who actually has a way to regenerate her HP. Just go for that splash front, then he can just get the HP regen, and again you're gonna get the tower damage as well, which can be double without the minions.
Yep. You do not want to give the Charlotte a good start. And I mean, a double kill after being ganked is probably the best start you could hope for on this Charlotte. And Wawa is going to become an issue here for the side of Falcons that really need Tempest. Oh, top lane gets another kill for Wawa. That is... Things are getting out of hand here for the side of Loops.
Oh, but definitely there is the backup coming from Menki, gonna be shutting down that Charlotte. A laser trade, but yeah, still quite unfortunate because lane is getting a lot of deaths already just early game time. But bottom lane part of the map, you can see the 3-man pressure in here already. Look at this Luba number 7. It's just very good in terms of the range, and at the same time, the way for him to clear the minion waves, just very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of pressure towards the bottom. Falcons off to a great start. Really, the home ground advantage coming to play here, maybe here for the side of Falcons. It's not a huge lead though. Only a 300 goal lead at the moment being taken there by Falcons. But once they get a couple of objectives across the map, maybe the tower, maybe the Tyrant. Oh, Musashi initiating.
Definitely gonna be going for that initiate duel to them right now. The Haino will fall down. Less 1 member for the side of Loops at the moment, and the tower objective as well. So far looking good again and again for the home court advantage of Team Falcons. Maybe they do have the position in this one, but again, gonna be tricky if the rest of the members of Team Loops will be able to catch up in here. And they got the position. I mean, they shove it away from Falcons. Yeah.
The reset though on towards the Tyrant allows Falcon to buy some time, get back in here. Can he get the steal? Yes, Ray gets the last hit. Not good here for Loops. They have to back off.
Oh no, this is not really looking good for Loops right now. I was just actually thinking, okay, will there be an unbridled outburst in here coming from Clue? They didn't even need that. They just go in there with Ray going into his might. And here we go with more gold going towards the side of Falcons right now. Make it 2k gold lead at this point in time. And I think Tempest, you know what? Getting a lot of deaths from a while ago, he really needs to catch up.
Absolutely, it is starting to get out of hand here for the side of Falcons. You know, Wawa, great start there. Tempest is the one, like you said, needs to catch up. 1,000 gold difference between both the Clash laners. So a lane without farm is an issue. He's not gonna be able to catch up.
Yeah, a while ago he did try going for the Death at Sunset, but you know what, Ford? This is like an outnumbered position right now. I'm gonna go for the Death of Sunset just to back away, but the rest of the members are actually catching up. Clue will have to go for the Unbridled Outburst for the disengage. Gonna be clearing off the waves, and just like that. I mean, that was a dangerous position, but 1v1. Look at this one. Sarah in here in a bad position right now. Gonna go for the Autumn Storm just to shove the rest of the members. Actually, Wawa in here, and he will be successful. I mean, thanks to that damage advantage coming up from the Arlie, but we're not yet even done with the tussle in here, as it seems like Falcons would want to get the position onto the top side, and it seems like they will.
That was a huge outplay, I would say, by Zeri. The micro positioning, able to dodge the skill, just breaking the combo there by Wawa and just getting burst down. So breath of fresh air there by Loops. Can they utilize this? So can they take advantage of this, of the little advantage they have? But this Azure Golem going to be taken by Ray, and just another attempt there by Loops to try and stall things out as long as they can.
That's true. We've got the minion waves. They're flowing in favor on the side of Falcons onto the top side. Just a little bit of balance on the bot side though, because see, they want to poke out everything out of Wawa in there. They were mad about the advantage that she got a while ago on the early stages of the game. But as we prolong this one, we could be looking onto a more damage output coming from Sarah.
Yep, Sherry definitely starting to, getting that solo kill on Wawa. That gives her so much net worth to try and come back to this game. So that's gonna help her out a lot in terms of that marksman matchup. So Fian not in the most farm position. Nabil might be in some trouble.
I mean, that's just a poke. He's gonna play out with a parasol. Just go back with a maple dance, and I think that's the advantage. That's the reason why we can see Arlie getting picked as a priority. But meantime, seems like everyone's just waiting for a potential gag in here. Will there be a Death at Sunset? Yes, there will be. In here though, a target. Look at the Arlie will fall down onto the hands. Unfortunately not for Ray, but will be taken down by Clue on the Jangfei. But meanwhile, even though that has happened, there goes the push coming from a lane. But we'll have to back away because again, he's scared to die once more.
Huge pick up there onto Sari. That's going to help Sofiane close out the gap quite a bit in terms of the farm. They're pretty much neck and neck at the moment. And this Luban, once you give him a bit of space, it really becomes an issue for your heroes to try and close him out, because the burst damage and the percentage-based damage on towards these tanky heroes is going to shred them, shred their HP bars quite a bit. And with the Musashi playing towards the front lines along with the Zhangfei, it's very hard to close out the distance, close out the gap against this Luban number 7.
That's true. Will there be still no chances for Kang on that one? Not enough damage even indeed as well. Scepter of Fate, but then again, nice try on trying to go for that still. But yeah, I mean, they're late in the position. So somehow it feels like Falcons are already actually really getting that consistent momentum. They just have to maybe just try to pick off Arlie, just like what they did a while ago, right? Like with Ray as well as Clue being in there on a potential gang, just going for that duel to death and just Arlie to pick him off.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to oh, huge silence.
Really huge silence time-lapse coming from the Sunbeam. Sophian will fall down. No more Luba number 7 in here for the side of Team of Falcons. So they would potentially want to get another objective in here, but no. There goes the reset, and they couldn't find Wawa anywhere in the map, just hiding in the bushes there though.
Yeah, but that's the Zhang Fei ultimate down without the cooldown right now, so that's going to be a huge opening for them. Elaine going for the kill on towards Wawa. Wawa in trouble. He has to back off. Zhang Fei is here to back him up.
Uh-oh, there goes continues the team fight right now. Wawa so low, not able to regenerate his HP, and there goes the comeback kill coming from Tempest on the other end of the map into the middle lane. We can see this Arlie, Sarah going for the kill to another member on the side of Team Falcons, and again, a position into the map by taking down the mid. Let's see what Clue can do though. We can see Sophian in here trying to dish out some damage, but Sanoa Ford not going to be picking off anyone.
Yep, Clue managed to secure the Crimson Golden buff for himself, not the biggest of things. Interestingly enough, Falcons didn't go for the double smite on the Zhang Fei. He went for the weaken to help his team, intimidate to help his team and help him survive a bit longer. So rather interesting there from the side of Falcons, but Loop's able to secure the Tyrant for their team. So the next upcoming fight is going to be hard for Falcons to take because the net worth lead is basically gone to 0 right now.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look. This is where the Sunbin actually did a really great time lapse. Look at that one. And that actually slowed down the rest of the members of Team Falcon so much, not allowing Hino as well as Arlie to just free hit. But I guess we have a live action ongoing onto the bottom lane part of the map right now, where the rest of the members of Team Loops eyeing on to taking down the tower in the bot. And look at the Sarah right now, just dashing here and in and out and poking out the HP bars of Clue, not being a tanky Zhang Fei right now.
Just too much damage from the Arlie at the moment, as well as Kang constantly just poking and prodding with the range that we know the Haynor can bring out. So that's going to allow them to pick this tier 2 tower towards the mid, and Loop's definitely in control of the game at the moment. 2,000 gold lead almost for them at the moment, and this is going to be a hard fight. At least Falcons, though, they have a good team fight lineup, so they might be able to find a favorable fight for them to come back to this game.
Yeah, I think for as long as Sophia will be able to free it in here, and maybe they could try to avoid or proc the time lapse coming from Sunbin, because that is a hard way to actually like avoid. At the same time, the whole thought, because Wawa will actually fall down. So much damage coming from the Arlie, but the Death at Sunset in here already has been used by the Elaine in here. Oh, look at the chase! Look at the backline being targeted by the
Death by Sunset.
Death at Sunset in here, unstoppable kill coming from Sarah, taking down the life of Clue as well. I was stand corrected. I was meaning to say duel to death. Duel to death at Sunset in here. Musashi, I mean, that is a nice engage onto the Arlie, but I mean, Arlie is just like, his damage is like way too much right now, and look at that, just deleting Sophians in the map. My goodness, and Tempest in here onto the side. Okay, we'll be able to survive still though, but look at this position in the map of our Musashi Ray. You will just fall down like that. You are not so strong up against 4 members on the side of Loops if you're all alone. My oh my. Loops on the advantage for sure right now.
Absolutely. 5,000 net worth right now. Tier 3 tower already down towards the mid, and they will be getting the Shadow Overlord as well. That's going to help them push out the remaining lanes, and Loop's definitely back in control of this game. They're going for more. Clue in some trouble. Silence.
Oh, definitely in trouble right now. Getting silenced, getting slowed down. You won't be able to walk away. That is the power of the Sunbin. You can both engage, go for those surprise attacks and the chase as well, and you can also make use of it to back away from team fights. But this time they're definitely making use of it to actually go for engage. Look at that, being forced to make use of that sustain in here. Nabi will be able to survive, but then again, Vian is already deleted the map, and the rest of the members of Loops right now trying to go for that to secure onto the crystal right now. The Sunset will be used, but then again, it's gonna be safe in here. Nabil for the second time, but then again will fall down. But members of Team Loops right now will still try to aim for that. They're just waiting for the Vanguard in here. The Vanguard is already in here, and this seems like it's going to be a secure on the side of Loops right now, winning up against Team Falcons.
That late game control, the amount of team fight that Loops was able to bring on board. The lane found his way back into this game. He was such a menace towards the late game fight. And of course, I mean, Arlie, that was just a beautiful late game Arlie performance. Getting solo pickoffs towards the late game stages. Zeri definitely made up for a bad start and just carried his entire team towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's so true. I mean, this is the third series that we've casted with Arlie. I wonder if there's going to be some sort of realizations to the teams later on. Okay, we should ban this out. We should, or just not allow them to get the first pick on this particular late game hero. Again, yes, this is a late game hero, but give him the farm. Maybe first blood. Whoever it is from the team, could be the mid laner, and then she goes crazy with the just need 2 or 3 items, then he can just like go for that those kills. And wow, I mean, we saw the votes a while ago, and I think this is Loops just proving the fans that hey, we can actually take this. We can actually take Falcons down.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons had a good start. Mid game was great, but their late game was just, it was just all Loops. The team fight, we saw the lane as well as the Zeri definitely came back in this game. That was absolutely huge. Here, I think that was the start of the mistakes there. Wawa getting solo killed there by Zeri. Look at the micro movements from Zeri, avoiding all the skills, stopping the combinations, and Zeri was just able to get himself back to the game. This was the huge first fight there. Huge silence coming from the Sunbin. They picked off Sofiane, and Zeri just started to go on a roll after that.
Yeah, that's so true. Mistakes after mistakes definitely happened on the side of Team Falcons in there. And this is the time when, I mean, they could just like utilize the lead that they already have, because for sure they could just like burst down the rest of the members, just like what we see in the map. And again, mistakes after mistakes, you would actually be confused as to why is it still engaging in here? You're all alone. You could have just like back away, clear off the minion waves that is going towards your crystal, and just be safe. But yeah, I think it's like it came to a point when they were already like tilted already, like not knowing what to do, because I mean, Arlie is just super online, and Sunbin is just so annoying in terms of like the chasing, and he definitely can plus movement speed for you for the Sunbin's team for Team Loops, and then a lower movement speed for the Falcons. But yeah, our MVP in that game is gonna be Shere with a KDA score of 924. Look at the damage dealt, 34%. 18% on damage taken, and a total gold of 12k. What do you think about his performance in this game?
I mean, he absolutely clawed and fought his way back in this game. His laning stage was horrendous, but his mid-game control, his itemizations, his targeting in the late game was absolutely perfect. Absolutely well-deserved MVP in my book. And like you said earlier, it might be time that teams take a look at this Arlie hero, because she is the 100% win rate right now, at least in Stream B.
Yeah, and this could be a source of inspiration for our ranked game players, right? Okay, Arlie is winning a lot of competitive games right now, high-level competitive games, mind you. So I think it's time to master this highly mechanical hero right now for you farm laners out there. But at the same time, of course, it boiled down onto how they executed and somehow protected this one. What contributed in there as well, I would say, was the Sunbin too, wherein, you could see that he can actually, although there is no hard CC. During the draft, we were talking about, okay, no hard CC on the lineup of Loops in here. This is going to be looking scary, because in comparison to Falcons lineup, they've got the Masashi who can go for duel to death. But what paid off already, even though it's just slow, it's not just slow, because it's a massive amount of slow. But yeah, then again, we are down into our halfway of this group. The Stream B cast, but we're not gonna go into a break yet, because I want to ask Zero onto what he thinks about our upcoming next match. But yeah, scoreboard maybe first.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Falcon take a great lead in the start. Wawa getting a solo double kill, but he sort of fell off. That's the problem with Charlotte. The moment you make a mistake, the moment you misplay a little bit, the moment you stop farming, the moment you stop progressing towards the mid game, you do fall off. She's not a very tanky hero towards the late game. Yeah, like that solo kill in the bottom, giving the kill towards Zeri just really allowed him to start picking off, because that's what we saw, right? After that kill from Zeri, he got another kill and then another kill, and the kills keep coming in there, and that was just the start of the end there for the side of Falcons. But let's take a look at how the groups are shaping up right now. Loops on top, 2-0. LGD on the other side is undefeated right now in Group A, but definitely plenty of games left to go on both sides.
Yeah, that's so true. But Loops is definitely having so much fun right now with their current position. But we are just halfway, because we will be able to see more of the action between these two groups. So later on, you'll see 2 more series from Group B and 2 more series from Group A. But before we head into our next series, we're just gonna be taking a really short break. Once again, we're Casters MKSI. With me is Zero. We'll be back.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup Honor of Kings Midseason. And we are going to have one of the matchups, probably the most interesting matchup of the day that we wanted to talk about early on. My name is Zero. Of course, joining me today with is Kaisaya. And if you just tuned in, you just missed out 3 fantastic matches. But hey, it's not too late. We've got 4 more matches happening after this, and we're gonna start things off with All Gamers Global going up against Weibo Gaming as the next upcoming match.
Yes, that's so true. Very excited on this one. I mean, they've gone through a lot of challenges to be in here at the Esports World Cup. So I think it is a challenge for them to, okay, who's going to step up even further? Who have, prepared and have done their boot camp so well? But before we talk more about that, make sure you guys follow us on our social media pages. All right, Honor of Kings Global Esports channel. And if you're going to be posting some insights or comments about the teams and the players, make sure to make use of the hashtag HoKX EWC 2024 so that the players and the teams can also take a look at what you have been saying, because you also get a chance to win some permanent skins from posting your opinions.
Absolutely. I mean, I know players definitely, some of the players definitely do take into account and also they do scroll around the social media as well. But other than that, of course, we've got Ogren in the Heroes Gorge at the moment. He is one of the 2 newer heroes that we last seen since the Season 2 Invitational. So make sure that you learn all about Ogren. He is one of the stronger jungler heroes right now. He is a physical warrior that can play very aggressive, lots of CC on him that he can bring to the table. So you gotta make sure that you know all about the hero, because you never know when you will be in the same team with him or playing against him.
So true. I mean, also we have yet to see, I suppose, a team in here in the Invitational Midseason to actually pull off these Ogren hero. But before we talk more about that as well, let's take a look at the lineup of AG Global from Hong Kong. We have Qinglin, Size, and okay, I did not see everyone in there, but I do believe that we are going to be taking a look at how they have come prepared for this matchup against their fellow Honor of Kings, Hong Kong team, which is Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, Qinglin, Zeiss, Devil, Mysotis, and Snow, they have been a pretty strong team, but their opponents are even stronger, coming from the last chance qualifiers for Southeast Asia. It is Weibo Gaming. They've also gone through a heck of a run to try and make it here. Guiyu, Kongling, Gu Huai, JD, and Nono. They've had to defeat a lot of good teams on their way to the Esports World Cup. They went 4-0 in the last chance qualifiers, not dropping a single map whatsoever. They have been dominating there, but this tournament, the Esports World Cup, is a completely different beast.
Yeah, for sure. And I think now it's a matter of, is it going to be the same thing? Will they be able to get that 1-0 this time up against Team AGHK? Because AG is also another strong team that we're talking about in here. We've seen them play in a dominant fashion up against several teams, even up against Brazilian teams. So I think this is like, in terms of like being confident in playing on site with an actual live audience, there is much more in terms of like the experience on the side of AGHK.
Yep, definitely. It's definitely tougher. And let's take a look at what the audience thinks, which team will take the win. So if you are there, make sure you make a vote in stcplay.gg. Show the support to your team. And also, this creates a lot of great storylines as well, because we've seen underdog teams win. We've seen huge odds, in fact. But this game is looking pretty close here, Kaisaya.
Yeah, very, very close. I mean, so no wonder. I mean, I think this is a fair prediction, to be honest. That's why this is actually one of our... it's a series that we're actually looking forward to see in this match, because they can actually, they could be the reason of some sort of like tiebreakers later on as we move on to day 2 of this group stage. So, but of course, this first game that they're going to be having will set up the momentum on how they can actually move forward to their other opponents. So we'll just have to find out.
Absolutely. I mean, this is as close to a 50-50 as you can get. Obviously, I'll be slightly rooting for my Malaysian brethren there from the side of Weibo Gaming. But hey, you know, All Gamers Global, they had a great showing in the Season 2 Invitational as well. So I think, like what the audience thinks as well, this is going to be a pretty close match between both these teams.
Yeah, that's so true. And going back to the Ogran, I wonder if this is whether either of these two teams will actually show us, you know, a successful Ogran win. I wonder because we did see a while ago from Danny, right, on VK as a triple kill. I mean, for as long as he gets the early game, and of course, I think the backup as well at the same time, he'll be able to pull it off. But let's talk about that. That's already the past. Let's move on to our game between these two. The early ban. Some realizations in here, huh?
Yeah, maybe Arlie is a bit too much to deal with, guys. Maybe we should ban it. I mean, it's about time. I mean, it didn't take an entire tournament, the Season 2 Invitational, to show how strong that hero is. But finally taken out of the pool here from the side of Weibo Gaming, along with the Zhang Fei. Meanwhile, All Gamers Global, they do ban out the Delia and the Mai Shiranui, and Weibo Gaming is going to get their hands on the Ogren for themselves, while All Gamers Global looks like they want the Long and the Da Qiao.
We've seen the Da Qiao being open from a while ago, right? But not getting a priority. But this time, AGHK would want to take advantage of the global presence that this one can do. You know, you can just go for the surprise attacks in one particular area of the map. Or maybe just call for backup if in case there are some ganks being done by Weibo Gaming in here. But at the same time, Sunbin, Lady Jen, sources of engage and disengage for both of these teams. So lots of pokes here and there coming from them, but I think we need some source of sustain to add up later on for Weibo Gaming.
Plenty of team fight there for Weibo Gaming. Like you said, the Lady Zen and Sunbin, that's going to create a lot of no-go zones, to say the least, from the side of AG. So they have to watch out in their positioning, how they're moving in these fights. But, you know, All Gamers Global, they're going for a more single target here. They pick up the Mozu as the mid, it seems. Unless this Da Qiao is going towards the mid, that's going to be interesting to see, because Da Qiao is one of those heroes that are flexible. You can play him both in towards the mid or in towards the support row as well. So they do have the flexibility on both those heroes. Let's see what they decide to go for.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, even the Matsu, if you so decide. So I think that is a good mind game being given by AGHK up against Weibo Gaming. But the Mayin will show off once more in our Clash lane. You know, the potential of this particular hero can definitely go for a really good flanks for as long as she gets the engage or the itemization that he needs and the position in the map for surprise attack as well. And the surprise attack, again, you do have the Da Qiao, so I think this is somehow looking scary. I think maybe some space gonna be giving for that Long to free hit onto the back line, if given the fact that both Matsu and Da Qiao will be able to poke out the targets to avoid those flanks coming in for Long.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue here for Weibo Gaming, is to reach that backline. Like you said, a lot of frontline protecting heroes, but looks like Weibo Gaming is going to go more of a frontal approach with the Lady Sun picked up here from Weibo. They can play very fast as well when you pair that up with the Lady Zen and the Charlotte. So this is a interesting draft, to say the least, from Weibo. Not a lot of tanky heroes. They really only have the Ogren as their main tank, but he doesn't really like being the guy to soak out of all the damage as well, because he wants to sort of take in damage but not be the primary focus. Because if he gets stunned, if he gets chain stunned or locked, you know, by the Mozu or the Mayin, or just keep getting knocked up there by the Da Qiao, he's not gonna have a good time.
Oh, yeah, that's so true. A while ago, we were looking for that sustain coming from there. But we'll see. Maybe he could build a tanky Ogran in there. But for the meantime, Prince of Landling. Been a while for this gentleman in here, for our Prince to show off onto the stage. But of course, as a Prince of Landling, you really want to go for that early. So in terms of both of our jungles in here, both of them should eye to look for early pick-offs, right? Like, because they're very early game. They will shine both mostly on the early stages of the game. But if we're talking about late game, there will definitely be more advantage onto like our late game heroes like that of the Lady Soon as well as Long. So I think it will now depend on our junglers if they will be able to pull off those pick-offs.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, like you said, Prince of Landling, not the best late game hero whatsoever. He does fall off if he doesn't continue to snowball. So this is going to be a little bit of an all-in approach here from the side of on the side of Weibo All Gamers Global. Let's see if it's gonna pan out for them, because we don't see the Prince of Landling picked up much, but when he does, and if he shines, it's all gonna come in from the early game.
Yeah, that's so true. Now, let's head on to our game again. This is AGHK versus Weibo Gaming, both coming from Hong Kong. We'll have to find out who is the best among these two.
Weibo's from Malaysia, not from Hong Kong. But
right.
yeah,
Here we go.
definitely it's gonna be an interesting matchup for sure. Guiyu taking a lot of damage already from the Mayin, but HoK is playing very aggressively in the enemy jungle, trying to get a steal on towards the Crimson Golem. Does get it, so that's gonna be a little bit of a distraction, a disruption for the Ogryn's early game. Kongling's not gonna get that rip buff for himself.
Yeah, that's so true. But for the meantime, though, just like what the Motsu can do right now, just go for the pokes here and there. Just stop the Sunbin from going all in and give that speed acceleration for the Lady Sun. And it's talking about the potential in here on the laning stage for both of our farm laners. For Lady Sun, the online potential of this one, we definitely have to wait for, you know, the sometime late game, mid to late game for this particular hero, because she doesn't shine as what can the Long do actually in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, she is a much later stage hero, but a lot of teams have been building her for the mid game. So let's see what sort of tempo they want to play for. Meanwhile, Devil will be playing towards the mid with the Da Qiao. Like we've been saying, how flexible that hero is. Devil definitely has been showcasing that he can play that hero a couple of times. So meanwhile, top lane, Kongling in some trouble, taking a lot of damage there for the Mayin. Whatever, almost getting a kill, but hey, Guiyu is there to pick up the pieces. Double kill going towards the way of Guiyu.
Double kill. Seems like this is the same Charlotte kind of play we've seen from the recent series, but then again, that is good news for the Guiyu. Hopefully, will not commit any mistakes any further as we go on to the mid and to the late game. But then again, really good pick-offs that happened into that particular area of the map. But now we can see in here a potential gank that could happen on the bot lane part of the map as well. But I love how Long is actually making sure that he's not going to go overboard. But hold the thought, because in here a 2v1 clash is happening right now. Look at the damage coming from Guiyu. You're going to get that kill up against the Prince of Landling. This is the second time Myosotis has fallen down, and this is not looking good as a jungler.
Yeah, Guiyu definitely showing that he cannot be bullied. He shall not be bullied. 3 kills already on this Charlotte. I mean, we've seen what Charlotte does when she gets absolutely anything that she wants. And this is not going to be great there by All Gamers Global. It's already a 1,500 net worth lead going there, going towards the way of Weibo. And this first Tyrant is going to set up so much with this lead that they have.
That's true. And it seems like Guiyu doesn't plan on committing any mistakes. And you can see how much of the farm is being lost onto the hands of our Prince in here. And now he has to go for that cross-map play, but can't find any jungle camps to farm for himself as well on the side of Weibo. So now I think he just have to rely on maybe finding that pick-offs, maybe try to plan something out with the Da Qiao, but it's getting even tougher right now because there's a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, that's the problem with this Prince of Landling. If he doesn't get all the farm he needs, he slowly becomes a pauper. And look at his net worth. It's really getting in towards the part where it starts to become very worrisome. Bottom lane, Qingling taking the silence from Nono, but there's no follow-up for that. Kongling trying to secure this Tyrant, but Myosotis is right towards the backline. This is a good engage though for the side of AG. If they can get a couple of crucial knockouts, Kongling is in trouble. Myosotis gets the last hit. That's going to be a crucial kill death. Liv will be able to get a kill on towards... Oh no, Liv gets... doesn't get picked off there. So that's going to be just 1 kill on towards Kongling. That's going to be AG's way back in this game.
Really nice use of the Eye of the Whirlpool in there. Just calling off the rest of the members on the side of AG, HK. But then again, there is a potential chase. Look at this Charlotte right now. But think inside the box has been used. But then again, Quingling will fall down still. But will be shutting down Guyu in the process. What a 1-for-1 trade. And I think this is, I mean, at least Guyu, like, getting the chance. Just so unfortunate that the rest of the members weren't able to catch up to his speed. But then again, nice way to actually shut down Guyu. But the question is, will that be enough?
That's a great start already. And here Mayasori is walking into a street. Nono in some trouble. Nono might fall for this. Snow getting a kill, getting a double. And he might be getting more as Pongling trying to fight back against 4 heroes. But it's not enough. Snow with a triple. And that is going to be AG coming back into this game with a menace. Oh, top lane Long trying to back off. Guyu back in towards the fight. But Long is not easily picked up here. That's going to be Zais being able to back off. Qinglin trying to go for the Guyu. Nice sidestep though, keeping him alive for the moment.
Nice way to actually juke out all those CCs coming from Moxu as well as Daxiao. But then again, I think also nice way for Long to actually just make use of the Infinite's Basses to save himself. You don't want to die or give more kills onto the side of Weibo in there. But here we go for this replay wherein Snow actually got his triple kill. I guess this is not the best position for you to actually clump up together. We're talking about a lot of walls in there, making it a hard time for the rest of the members of Weibo Gaming to actually find a position where to actually flank. And they're only going to be relying onto their flash and of course the roll coming from Lady Sun in there. But the rest, I mean, this is Snow just going for the power spike now as well with a triple kill.
Yeah, definitely. I think you hit the nail in the head there. That position was just set up there by Devil to just wreak havoc there. Snow has to pop his ultimate to back off there, whatever has been used. So that's going to be one skill down. Oh, inside the box. So Guyu gets knocked down. Zais gets the burst. And meanwhile, bottom lane Snow gets a kill towards JD as well. Things are unraveling here for the side of Weibo Gaming as they continuously get objective after objective. 2 heroes down, and they're looking for more here. Kongling and Nono trying their best to try and find Mayosodis. The exclamation mark on their heads just keeps annoying them. They don't know where he is. But the Sage Golem is going to be brought down here. AG off to a fantastic mid game.
That is so true. I mean, Zais is also just doing a lot of damage in here. And I love what Sosus has been doing there. Just annoying the rest of the members of Team Weibo. Is this the comeback? The tables have turned around. We can see a 3k gold lead. And Mayasori is actually proving us wrong with the Prince of Flandling. Even though he's got a bad start, it seemed like the Mayin snowballing. I mean, Snow for his name, snowballing already. And at the same time, Zais as well going for the massive amount of damage. It seems like this is now their time to actually put more pressure. I mean, they got the Mayin, they got the Matsu to actually stop the members of Weibo Gaming to actually go onto the back line.
This 3,000 net worth lead is all they need to really start pushing the snowball like you said. Oh, we might see a quick pick up here onto his Kongling. Ogren has to back off. Zai's down to half HP though. He has to back off with the help of the Dart Shell, and he's going to get back to base and rejoin his team really quickly. But this Crimson Golem probably out off limits right now. Ogren's going to be the one to pick it up. But Guyu on towards the Charlotte has fallen off. I mean, he's just got caught up after that fantastic early game. So the Charlotte not as scary as he would be early on. But look at that. Zai's already doing so much damage. Kongling has to back off. Oh, here comes Mayasori towards the backlines. Kongling gets bursted there. Devil getting the kill on towards the Ogren. And that's going to leave the Tyrant open for AG to pick up.
This is what we're talking about. During the draft, we're looking for a frontliner in here coming from the side of Weibo Gaming. They don't have any unless, again, the Kongling forms, builds the damage, the tank here items. But then again, they're going to be lacking some source of damage as well. But now, AG Global just now taking advantage, I suppose, with the lead that they've got right now. What I think needs Weibo Gaming needs to do in here is that they need to pick off a particular target. But the question is how to do that, right? I mean, Pokes, coming from Quinglin in here, and Snow always almost present in the map right after he shoves a wave. So I think this is kind of tricky unless they burst down maybe Prince of Landling once he show up himself.
Yeah, they need to make some sort of play, maybe with Guiyu and JD trying to burst down, like you said, catch someone off and start to regain the advantage from there. But it's pretty tough because the Lady Sun doesn't want to run around trying to find a pickoff. She wants to continue farming. She wants to bring down these towers. And that's a rather high risk play. Huge big stun there by Gui Qinglin. He spots out 4 heroes. And they're trying to look for a fight here. The damage from Zeiss, he has to force to pop his ultimate. The silence has come true, but it's not going to connect towards anyone. Can they get more? Another huge stun there by Qinglin. And Kongling has to back off. No HP on him. He cannot take a fight now.
Definitely not. And I think Weibo Gaming shouldn't be looking for any team fights, to be honest. Kongling is currently 0-4 at the moment. He only built out like one tanky item in here to actually stop the healings coming from the side of AG Global, and that's not enough for you to be called a tanky frontline. Definitely not. And at the same time, JD is not on the power spike that we're looking for right now. Not enough burst damage, but if Weibo Gaming maybe still try to prolong this one, they could try to hope for the damage coming from the Lady Sun.
Yeah, they have to drag it out as long as possible. Like you said, the Ogryn is not very tanky at the moment. Only the Red Lotus Cape completed. He needs at least a couple of more items. At least the Eye of the Phoenix to come out, as well as the Succubus Cloak to help him survive against all this damage that's coming out from Devil as well as Snow. So mix of magical and physical damage is always an annoying thing to build up against. And you know, he's gonna have to do a lot to come back because he's falling far behind Myosodis at the moment.
That's so true. I mean, talking about that magic and physical, like what do you prioritize, right? So now it's like depends on the situation. But then again, seems like they are doing that right now. Just try to prolong the fight, wait for the pickup, maybe try to get that Prince of Landling visible and lock him in. And there, however, though, again, they have to make sure that they can lock him in with the freeze coming from Lady Jen and maybe the slow coming from Nuono. But that's about that. Again, they don't have some source of CC lock, but yeah, the specialty fight that could happen as well. No, they're gonna be backing away, as they know they couldn't match up right now.
Yeah, they used Nono's ultimate already, so that's the instant back off the moment it didn't land on a couple of crucial heroes. So that's going to be All Gamers Global picking up yet another map objective that's going to help them out push out both the side lanes, and that might be the opening they need to push up towards the high ground on the side of Weibo. So Lady Sun is starting to become a problem. The criticals are starting to reach that 2,000 mark where it really is going to be devastating for their opponents. But Zeiss is doing a lot of damage on his own backline. That's going to be a huge knockout. Kongling has to back off, picking another stun to the face. Where is everybody? Where is the engage? Looks like everybody will be more than happy to back off for now. Another huge stun there by Qinglin, really harassing them on towards the backlines. But Devil will be able to back off towards his base and recall. Nope, not going to be in time. The Whirlpool not going to be, the duration is not going to be long enough. So they are going to have to walk back to base. But Kongling is already pushing out towards the mid lane. At least finishing off the Vanguard. And they need to defend this bottom lane. It looks like the Eye of the Phoenix is completed. So Kongling is going to be a lot more tankier right now. But is it going to be enough against the burst damage that Zeiss is going to be able to bring out?
That's so true. They have to stay on the high ground for the meantime. Onto the flank coming from our Charlotte, trying to get the backline target in here. However, Leaved will not leave anymore. Quite unfortunately, flashing away. Snow will try to back away together with the rest of the teams, but the burst damage coming from Lady Sun is coming up right now, forcing the rest of the members of AG Global to back away. There goes the position in map. Hang on, no! Look at the play coming from Zeiss, killing off Gui Hai in the process, and that is one member down as well from the side of Weibo Gaming. But again, a position on to taking this overlord fight, but we can see Mayin as well trying to go for a flip, and then again, Prince of Landling will fall down on the other end of the map. Our farm lane on the side of AG Global will fall down. Is this the time
No.
It is paying off right now, but however, he will get the process as well with the snow going all out right now. Backup coming from Quiggling at the same time, but then again, they're not even stopping because the HP's lifesteal in here. HP regen coming from Guiyu is just way too much to handle.
3-4-3 trade, but it looks like the Weibo Gaming definitely had the advantage throughout the entire fight, and they managed to at least close out the gap a little bit, stop the bleeding for a little bit, and this is where we start to see the Ogren becoming an issue. They didn't have the damage, Zeiss couldn't burst in town in time, and Zeiss just constantly being chased down there by the Ogren. So that is going to be a breath of fresh air from the side of Weibo Gaming, giving them a little bit of an advantage, but that's going to be quickly turned its head as Zeiss is able to bring down the Shadow Tyrant. So let's take a look at the replay of how that started out there. It was just a important engage from Guiyu on towards the backline, picking up Devil, and then another engagement here where Zeiss tried to go greedy, go towards the backlines. Maya Solis was picked up by himself, and you know, Zeiss alone couldn't deal with the Ogre. Snow did manage to salvage the situation, getting a double kill on towards JD as well as Noah, but ultimately it was just a couple of quick kills, no real objective being picked up there by Weibo, and All Gamers Global will be able to continue to push on with their lead. But this is not the fight they want to look out for. They still have the debuffs on their head. The Primal Bonds is going to slow their engagement here. So let's see how things are going to go. Oh, Ogren taking a lot of damage. Kongling has to back up. Myosonis, exclamation mark, back up, he says, as they're trying to get this Shadow Overlord and push out at least the tier 3s once again.
Definitely a prolonged team fight that has happened from a while ago, and at least with them, Ogren, although less than half-life from a while ago, almost dying in front of the members of AG Global in here. At least they were able to stop that objective take onto the Shadow Overlord, because if they do get this one, this is also going to be looking scary, because this is going to give them some buff on going for a better push on the lane. But it seems like Weibo Gaming doesn't know that as they try to secure this objective. And now I think at this point in time, they have to repeat what they have done a while ago. They have to be on the high ground, just wait for that poke, and coming from JD from the Lady Soon, and of course the setup coming from the Lady Jen as well. We can only hope for that, because without that, I mean, it's gonna be hard for Kongling as well as Guiyu to actually go for the kill and the chase. But hold up thought, because we see a potential fight that could happen. Fortunately though, our Charlotte will be able to back away.
Guiyu taking so much damage there by Zeiss, but couldn't really be finished off there. Zeiss was feeling a bit scared as well. You could see he didn't really want to fully engage there. More than happy to just continuously poke with the burst damage that he does have. And with this Vanguard pushing towards the mid and the bottom lane as well. Looks like they're going to send the Shadow Vanguard towards the mid. So that's going to have them push out all 3 lanes. Top lanes, Vanguard is going to be dealt with. Bottom lane as well. Not a lot of members being committed on both sides as they're trying to hold on towards this high ground. Top tier 3, Half-Life, they're going to try and give the chase here. But in towards that choke point, Devil as well as Xinglin is enough to stop them from continuing the push.
That's true. And they do, take note, they do have the Shadow Vanguard in here still. Marching towards the middle lane now is going to be some sort of pressure. Are they going to go for the chase here? Will not, the paths here will not connect in here, but then again, no casualties. I think they just need to keep up on staying onto the high ground and wait for the perfect moment to actually go for a potential kill. But the tower fall down onto the top. Super minions are gonna go up anytime soon, and in the mid are just some pokes here and there.
Maya Solis really just bought a lot of time for his team. He scouted 3 heroes, so he knows that nobody is gonna help out Guiyu in the top to defend it. So they rotated the Zeiss over there to finish off the tower, and that's gonna give the first tier 3 tower towards the side of Zeiss as they take another fight here. Oh, welcome to King inside the box to cancel. Oh, ladies, Zen towards the backline. He's gonna get nuked down there by Zeiss. Zeiss in trouble. He's gonna get bursted down though by Kongling. Maya is in trouble as well. Snow towards the backline, trying to take 1 versus 4 fight. Can he bring down more than 1? He gets 1. Can he get a 2? No. He gets resurrected there by the Sanctuary, but he's gonna go for another engagement. Lady Sun's left alive though. JD doing so much damage, and he does so much for his team. 53% of his team's damage, and that is an opening right now for Weibo Gaming to try and finish off this game. Were you in a difficult position? Devo teleports back to base just in time. That was just so close for him to fall, because if he did fall, that was the end of the game for sure. Tries to sacrifice his life to do his best, but it's not going to be enough. An ace and a finish for the side of Weibo Gaming as they finish off the game with style.
They definitely did it with style. Just had to be very patient, wait for the late game, wait for the itemization, for the Ogran to come in to become even tankier as a front line, and for Lady Soon to actually hit the power spike. I love the patience that Weibo Gaming have done in that particular match. Very impressive. This is something, okay? It's 50-50, of course, but we saw how much of a struggle they had to go through that on the early up until the mid game.
Absolutely. It was just, you know, All Gamers Global, they kind of had everything they wanted. They got the kills, they've got the map control, they've got the map pressure and everything like that, but somehow, some way, it was just All Gamers Global that couldn't finish off the game, and Weibo Gaming, with their persistence and, like you said, their patience, was able to find the openings they need in the late game and finish off the game. So fantastic comeback there by Weibo Gaming, and All Gamers Global maybe kicking themselves in the foot a little bit, because that seemed like a game that they should have won, but you know, when we go towards the late game, it does slip away from them.
I mean, we were talking about Prince of Landling already onto the late game. What can he do? He usually would just be able to go for that scare factor, you know, the exclamation point, and just that. And of course, the vision as well. But if he tried to go for an engage, or he tried to go in on a team fight, he can just get deleted. It's just one bullet coming from JD that is needed to take down the life of a Prince of Landling. And add to that even further, of course, this is already a tankier Kongling, a tankier Ogran in the lineup right now, able to you saw all those HP regen. This is like a massive thing to deal with. Charlotte and Ogran, my oh my, you need a lot of anti-heal items in here up against them.
Absolutely. The Eye of the Phoenix definitely keeping Ogren much tankier than he used to be without the Eye of the Phoenix. And like you said, I don't think there was a lot of anti-healing on the side of All Gamers Global. Maybe only Devil having the Venomous Staff, but that was just pretty much it. And you know, Weibo Gaming find the opening, find the fight that they need, and they take the win from there. That kind of felt a little bit stolen if you're a fan from on the side of All Gamers Global. You had to lead for what, 10 minutes of the game, but somehow you lose one fight and you lose the game. That's gonna be heartbreaking for them.
But we now found what we have been looking for, a win for the Ogran, so we are happy about it. But then again, we can see in here in our game stats, I mean, pretty equal, 12-13. Lots of exchanges in here. It was almost unpredictable as to what will happen, but then again, the patience came in onto the side of Weibo Gaming. I mean, JD just one hit deleting Myosotis in the process as soon as he appears in the map, so that's definitely a hard time for the Prince of Landling come late game.
Absolutely. We talked about him in the draft. He's not one of those heroes that can scale towards the late game. He needs to win the game early or not win at all. And the MVP for, of course, this game between Weibo Gaming and All Gamers Global was Guiyu on that Charlotte. The early game was fantastic for him, getting that double kill, and then he sort of fallen off in towards the mid game after getting picked off twice, but he still managed to get things done in the late game with the movement, with the targeting, and the CC he provides to his team. Definitely a well-deserved MVP in my book.
Yeah, somehow without him, I think Weibo Gaming wouldn't be able to sustain. So I think they should thank him for that. But then again, up next is going to be the match between Weibo Gaming as well as Loops, which is of course another team who got a win up against Falcons from a while ago. It's going to be an exciting one because we're going to be taking a look at two teams who have actually won against their opponents.
Yep, and both of them came back from a comeback as well. They came back from behind. So this is a story of comeback kings, and it's going to happen after this. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be off to a short break before we come back with Loops versus Weibo Gaming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup Honor of Kings Invitational with me and Kaisaya. And we just witnessed a huge comeback there from the side of Weibo Gaming against their opponents, All Gamers Global. Now, you know, Weibo Gaming, they can't rest on their laurels yet. They still have another upcoming match against Loops, and this will be the both teams' last game of the day. So this is the time to, you know, shake off the maybe a little bit of a wariness after the first game and perform once again.
And who actually will win in this particular series will get more security onto being onto the higher ranking for the top 4. But then again, guys, we would love to hear all your opinions, all your insights as well. As a viewer, as a supporter of HFCC, make sure you follow all of our social medias, HoK Global Esports, and make sure to use the hashtag HOKX EWC 2024 for us to, you know, be able to see where you're commenting, because you can also have a chance onto winning some permanent skins by participating on this one.
Yep, it is the and you know, you gotta make sure you're in on it, because we've got a lot of things going on here. And if you've noticed that, you know, a lane has been picked up quite a bit recently, it's because, I'm just kidding, but you know, the skin is beautiful. The Esports World Cup limited skin is absolutely beautiful. The Heaven Blade is already ready. It's going to be launched tomorrow. It's going to be in the game tomorrow for a discount. So instead of 888 tokens, it's only going for 710 tokens. So make sure you pick up this opportunity, pick this one up, because it is absolutely beautiful. The effects are mwah, chef's kiss right now.
Right, that's so true. I wish that we could actually already see it in action, right? Like all the animation and all that, but that is for our surprise, especially for all of the players, whether you are pro or just aspiring to be pro, for you to take on that one. But then again, here we go. As we have mentioned, upcoming match, Loops versus Weibo Gaming. Both of them got their wins from a while ago already, most especially Loops, who have been playing, I think this is their 3rd game for today. So, wow, what a way to grind the points for today for Loops.
Yep, it is Loops' 3rd game of the day, their final game of the day, in fact. So I hope that, you know, they're not feeling too tired, they're not feeling too weary, but ABH, Mitty, Zere, Kank, and Tempest, they have to find something in their tank. This is their last game of the day. They need to perform, and they need to find a win against Weibo Gaming, who does still have another match after this. So, you know, Weibo Gaming also wants to pace themselves as well. They don't want to use up all their energy here against Loops, because they have a final match against Boom later on in the day.
Yes, that's so true. And you're currently watching on Stream B, and so in case you're wanting to look forward to where the match of that final game for Weibo, that's gonna be on Stream A. So make sure you support on that one. And yes, Weibo Gaming, we saw them a while ago, Kongling, Guhuai, Guiyu, Nono, and JD. Really impressive patience from a while ago, waiting for the proper timing and not really giving up. For as long as the crystal is there, they didn't really lose hope. And I think that is something we can adapt as players in the ranked game. As grinders in the ranked game, right?
Yep, absolutely. They, you know, their resilience, their mental fortitude to crawl back from that game was absolutely crucial. I hope you know, they keep up with this sort of mentality. You know, the game's not over until your crystal breaks, and you know, you gotta fight throughout the entire way, because this is the biggest stage right now for Honor of Kings. It is the Esports World Cup. There is more than $3 million on the line for all these teams to fight for, and they have to make sure that they bring out their best. They bring out their A game against their opponents, because Loops is not going to be easy. They are one of the best teams from the Brazilian region, and Weibo Gaming, they did have to come through a gruesome last chance qualifiers to make it here. But hey, they are finally here, and they want to make sure they stay.
Or they have come prepared in here, ready to grind all those points as much as they can right off the bat. And again, it was a pretty shaky game a while ago from Weibo. Let's see if they will be able to show us an improved execution as they go on a match against Loops. But then again, at the same time, I'm actually wondering, you know, will there be an early ban once more? Will we be able to see another Ogren a ban or respect? I think that is something personally I will be looking forward to.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be, the draft is going to be becoming very important. Like you said, you know, the Arlies has sort of been on a tear, and we did finally see it banned the previous game. But hey, let's see if both these teams put as much emphasis on Arlie as we do. It's she is one of the strongest marksmen right now, and you really have to take that into account when you formulate your composition or your strategy around or against it.
Oh yeah, definitely. And usually, you know, even if you actually build a composition, even when it's lockdown, CC lockdown, like that of the Musashi we saw a while ago, I mean, the Arlie still shine in the end because she's just basically dishing out a lot of damage, bursting down the life of this Musashi. But we'll see about that. For the meantime, though, our first few respect bans in here will be in the form of the Mai Shiranui, Datsiao. We've seen a while ago, didn't win that game, but you know, the surprise attack potential, which was quite annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. The surprise potential, the burst, it is sure it's a heavily single target, but it's still something you have to look out for. And so Loops doesn't want to look out for that. They just take it out of the pool along with the Dalia. Weibo Gaming ban out the Ming and the Daqiao. So a lot of support-centric bans here in this particular matchup, and that allows Arlie through the pool, and Loops is gonna pick that up for Zeri. I mean, Zeri had a fantastic game on the Arlie, and he's gonna get another chance to show the world what he's got once again.
That's so true. And Ogran seems like pretty much, you know, even though it's pretty new, it's either gonna get banned or gonna get picked by our teams. I think it will now just again boil down onto execution. But for the meantime, looking at the first two picks in here by Weibo, of course, they do have the early game potential with the Ogran, Lady Jen as well, if they want to go for either that initiate or the disengage as well. But at the same time, Arlie, late game potential, Musashi, gonna go for that CC lock as he go for that ult dive, and Elaine for the flank. So looking good so far for both of the teams, but maybe I will be wanting more sustain or tankiness for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, they don't have a lot of front lines. Like you said, the Ogren does need a little bit of time to come into the to make his way in towards the game. He does need a couple of items before he is really able to play in towards that front line. So let's see if they're gonna draft around it, or are they just going to let this Ogren play by himself. Meanwhile, it is going to be the Elena Musashi, you know, decent frontliners there for the side of Loops, but they do still need a mid lane and a support for themselves. So not much mid lanes left in the pool. Ladies and picked up by Weibo, and the Princess Frost banned from Weibo. So you're left with what, the mid lane, maybe a Shangguan that is available if they want to go for more single target. If they want to go for more team fight, the Zhou is available, the Dr. Bien is available for them to go for. The Hey Noor is also still left in the pool for Loops. So let's see what they're gonna go for, because if they pick up the Hey Noor, that's gonna be 3 heroes that's capable of playing in the front, and that's going to be a problem for this Ogren to play against.
I'm actually also looking for an Angela. Been a while since I last saw this Angela. Not getting picked earlier on in a few series of matches. There's again more priority either on the creation of space by the Princess Frost or Lady Jen. At the same time, pick up potential by the Mai Shiranui. But yeah, I wonder if there's gonna be an Angela pick in here, but maybe not anymore, because again, you mentioned it already, so much one target skill in here coming from the side of Loops. So in terms of AoE, maybe we should be looking more on that. Yeah, like Joyu or like Daji, why not, right? Xiao Chao as well, they're still there. But Lianpo and Matsu being locked in here for the side of Loops. So I think in terms of the engage, this is pretty safe as the last two picks for themselves.
Yep, and they continue on with their tankiness, right? The Lian Po and Mozu, both heroes, can play towards the front, can play very aggressively in the front lines as well. So that's going to allow them to really play aggressive as long as they're not too far behind. And you know, this Arlie is going to be very well protected. There's so much CC and stun coming from the entire Loop squad. While Weibo Gaming, they have the silence from Sun Bin, they have the Lady Zen with the freeze and the knock-up, and of course the Ocean of Tears. And Byron is a great way to initiate as well, but it is a lot harder to coordinate all of that.
Right, the Renji in here getting picked as the last one. We almost totally forgot about him. It's a balance between when he is gonna go online, so I think it's pretty much safe to say that in terms of like saving himself from the CCs that the Matsu as well as the Lianpo is gonna give on in here, he'll be able to make himself safe. For as long as I think still though, he needs the Sunbin to be around him to make sure that he is not gonna get flanked by either the Musashi or the Elaine.
Yeah, definitely a decent pick. I mean, against, like you said, all these CCs, he has the way to purify himself with his second skill. But still not an easy game to play against. Musashi is able to lock him down. You've got the Lianpo able to jump towards the back line. And Arlie is always going to be keeping her eyes on you, trying to find an opening to burst you down. So tempo-wise, though, that might be an advantage going towards the way of the Direnje. The Direnje is a lot faster in terms of tempo. So if the side of Weibo is able to abuse that, we might see a quick win for them. But if Loops is able to bring this to the late game, then we might be in for a long one here.
Definitely, I agree. It will now just really always fall down onto execution of their draft. But for the meantime, just as we see, definitely a need of help in here for the Matsu to clear off the minion waves faster so that they can rotate towards the other end of the map. But surprising though, we can see Nuono actually wanting to back up the Byron more onto the top side on the early.
They want to make sure that the Byron has a good lane. He's supposed to be the lane dominator. He's supposed to win against the Elaine, and they want to make sure that that is the case. They don't want the Musashi to slow him down, slow down his farm, and you know, just create havoc there. Elaine is stronger towards the late game just because of the team fight, but here 3 heroes from the side of Weibo hanging out towards the mid. Loops will mirror the same thing as well, putting 3 heroes towards the mid. They leave the Musashi there to just as a body in the mid to try and stall things out.
Bottom lane. We have a fight going on to the bottom lane part of the map. Super low in HP is JD already getting CC'd here and there by Mithy using the Lianpo. So that was looking scary. Again, even though with the cleanse, legal immunity, he's not super safe because we are talking about a lot of CC to deal with.
Yeah, JD is a bit behind in terms of the levels. He has to watch out. His HP is not that high as well. The Lianpo as well as Zeri on the early definitely can find an opening to pick him off. And Direnje is one of those heroes where you want him to get off to a good start. You want him to snowball in towards a beast in the mid lane, mid game. So any kills early on is going to be trouble. But meanwhile, top lane, they're trying to engage on towards Guiyu. But this is deja vu. Remember the double Q that Guiyu got? This might be another situation just like that. But looks like Loops is gonna learn from the lessons of All Gamers Global, and they're gonna back off, not gonna commit too much to try and defend this tower. And this Azure Golem is going to be attempted to be stolen here by Weibo, and it looks like Loops is not gonna do anything about it. They're just gonna let them have it and get a steal of their own on the other side as well, giving it towards the side of Zeri.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the cross-map plays there in a way. Don't engage in a fight you sure you cannot win. So it seems like, again, they're being very careful in here. They want to make sure that they go onto the late game and avoid giving more kills onto, or giving any first blood kill onto the side of Weibo Gaming, because you don't want the power spike to come off of the Renji. But yeah, for the meantime though, I love how safe they are onto the bot, but all the thought onto the top side. Flash already has been used in here, but they continue to engage. Look at the first blood coming from our Lady Jen, thanks to the backup, of course, coming from Ogran, going for that path of passing, followed up by the Conductor of Soul. But then again, Renji will just be trying to play safe onto the bot.
Yep, Zeri tried to open things up there, but Mithy was a bit too far. As a Golem, Crimson Golem in a bit of trouble. It will be Kongling the one to pick it up, so that's going to be early game lead going towards the way of the Malaysian squad right now. Bottom lane, Direnje has to watch out. This Lianpo can jump on you at any single time, and you can only purify one skill. Lianpo has 4 stuns.
True, that's what we're talking about. And it's not just Lienpo you have to worry about, because there's Kang, there's also ABH onto the Masashi. Again, we're talking about a lot of CCs in here, so I think he needs to make sure that there is some sort of additional backup to come his way. But hold of thought, because we have an invade happening here on the jungle camp of Loops. And I think it was stolen away, right? Kong Ling took it away from the side of Loops.
Kong Ling able to get the last hit. That's going to be huge there, because Musashi without the Sage Golem buff, Azure Golem buff, he's not going to be as mobile, as tanky as he likes. So ABH not having the best game of his life at the moment. It is still only 1,000 gold lead though, going towards the way of Weibo Gaming. Not an insurmountable lead by any stretch of the imagination. So the next fight, as long as it goes decent for the way of Loops, they will find themselves back into this game.
That's so true. But for the meantime, objective is already up in here, and it seems like all of the teams are positioning themselves. Tempest for sure is going to be catching up with the Primal Portal, but for the meantime, look at the burst damage coming from the side of Loops. Arlie locking some source of damage in here, but bursting down the life of JD in the process. But hold the thought, you are being sandwiched already. You weren't looking at Kong Ling in the process. I think that was a very aggressive move coming from Sarah in that bot lane engage.
Yeah, he couldn't get out. No more Parasol. Everything's on cooldown. He just has to submit to his fate and maybe try and get a kill on his own on towards JD. But JD just played at too safe of a distance. They weren't able to get him to get the kill on towards JD, but at least they got the Tyrant going towards the way of Weibo as well. So net worth lead still 700 right now. Top lane Tempest trying to go for Gu Huai, but it's tough with Sun Bin with Nono protecting him at the moment. So the Primal Bonds will stop Weibo Gaming to attempt on towards this Overlord. Not that the Overlord is very important at this point of game, but it is still a little bit of an objective that Weibo would have loved to gun.
That's so true, and I think they're just waiting for a potential gank in here that could happen. But in any case, everyone's just scattered around the map right now. Will there be a potential kill onto the Byron? Look at the damage early on coming from Sarah. I think if given a chance, she's able to free hit at any point in time. It will be something that is wonderful for the side of Luz. But that is not happening right now. Said Weibo Gaming, but hold on, look at that! Kang is gonna fall down. Really nice combination of skill coming from our Lady Jen in there, freezing him, not able to just flash away in the process.
Tank being the mid laner usually don't build too tanky. That's why he just fell very quickly here. And that gives the opening for Weibo to go towards the tier 2 tower. Here backline, Kong Ling being a one-man army, really pushing two heroes back. The Arlie as well as the Lienpo could not join their team in time to defend the tier 2 tower. So this game fully in control of Weibo Gaming right now. And Loops trying to find an opening. Here comes the Tremor towards the back lines, only knocking up Nono.
No.
The silence comes in by the Sun Bin as well to try and stall them, but not enough follow-up, not enough damage on both ends. So it's just going to be a trade of ultimate cooldowns, but no kills going on either side.
Oh no, yeah, the Tremor Smash could have been a game changer, but with the movement speed provided by Nuo, they're just like, you know, okay, we're gonna be backing away really quickly with the additional movement speed that we have. But I think somehow Tempest is trying to make some cross-map play onto the top side part of the map just to, you know, pressure Weibo Gaming onto trying to separate themselves. But hold on, because ABH will fall down already. Will there be a chase onto Tempest? Is he going to be locking down? Going to be making use of the death at sunset? Will he be able to save his life under the tower right now? To no afford, he will fall down. Wow, this is now, I think, Weibo Gaming just wanting to capitalize on their lead right now.
Yep, 2 kills on very crucial heroes from the side of Loops. That's Weibo Gaming's time signal to just go full on pressure, get every single objective on the map, take away all the jungle creeps from your opponents, and look for the next opening to push up to the high ground. The Shadow Tyrant as well as Overlord is about to spawn, so that's going to be the target for the side of Weibo before they try and push up towards this high ground. But first, they want to try and get a pick off. This might be Lienpo. Mitty is able to back off for now, though. Here comes the Ogren towards the back. Huge silence. And here comes the Ogren, uncontested, undefeated, Oh, the Musashi caught out in a bad place. ABH in trouble. ABH will fall. Arlie dropping down very low. Ogren going for more. Another hero goes down. Tempest low. The Emperor has to use the flash to back off, but this might be too much there for Loops to hold back. Double kill going towards the way of Kongling, and this might be an opening. No, the crit rate is a bit too far for them to push up to the high ground, so they will be content with taking every single jungle camp away from Loops and then head for the Tyrant.
I really commend the setups that Guhua is actually doing in here. He just, you know, disappears or hides in the bushes. Just wait for that setup to actually go into process. We take a look at this one. It's actually already started when Lady Jen actually go for that slow and freeze onto his targets. Members on the side of a team, Loops in here, try to go for a play, but then again, we're talking about a free hitting D-Renji onto the back line. At the same time, Ogren with some itemization for some sustain already. He is just healing himself. Almost unlimited.
Too much to deal with there with the lifesteal, and they don't really have any way to stop his healing at the moment. If you look at the itemizations, no venomous staff, no way to stop the healing, no way to stop the regeneration coming from the Ogren. So that is something that they have to look out for. If they don't build the correct items, they're gonna have a tough time killing off this Ogren, who is going to have the time of his life, just continuously regenerating in every fight.
That's true. Well, they do have the Blazing Cape on the Elaine and the Musashi, but then again, these two are getting killed like very quickly as they try to go for the flank and the front line, with the damage coming from the Lady Jen as well as the D-Renji. But then again, I think they need to be very careful because they are being seen in the map right now. Look at the silence coming from our Sunbin right now, just allowing the rest of the members of Team Weibo to free hit. More kills in here. Look at what Kongling is doing, just basically providing the space very much needed for his teammates to actually take down the turrets. The question is, this gonna be it? They're trying to focus fire onto the crystals. Remember, the side of Team Lux is trying to still defend on this one, but in the process they will fall down. ABH too. But then again, look at this. In the process, we will get a pause. Okay, that was like climax breaking, but oh, this is pretty close. I wonder if this is it, Zero.
At this point, I don't think it matters too much. There's only one player left alive from the side of Loops, and you know, all 5 heroes from the side of Weibo Gaming are still alive. They can go for the crystal right away, and yeah, I don't see, like, you know, this pause really making a huge difference in the game at all. Nono was AFK for at least 10 seconds. That might have been his device crashing, or maybe disconnections coming on his end, but just you know, some technical issues do happen. You know, they can be very unforeseen. There's a lot of things that's happening that can cause these issues, but hey, it didn't affect the outcome of the last team fight at all, just because Nono, his team was winning with him not really using any single skill, so it's not gonna affect the outcome whatsoever. It's just they want to make sure that, you know, everybody's back in the game to make sure that Weibo Gaming is able to finish things off, because 4 heroes are already dead with the Arlie trying to run away back to his fountain. I think that was the situation before the pause came in. So this is looking like it's pretty much over there for Loops. Unless some miracle happens.
Some miracle happened. Like, you know that, I don't know if you saw that meme where in Hino, but there's no Hino in here. Going for the Fate Rewind onto the crystal. Well, that's just a meme. That couldn't happen.
Heal it back to full.
Right. Right. Well, that's pretty impossible. It was already mentioned in the description that it's just gonna be the towers. But yeah, then again, I mean, I love the space being created by the Ogren in here for sure. The itemizations is already in there, able to somehow tank the front line and just allowing Lady Jen and D-Renji to go for that free hit onto the back line as well. Mostly D-Renji onto the focus onto the towers, because that's his primary job. The rest will just be creating the space for him to go for that purpose in or role in this particular composition. But yeah, the crystal was just like about 15% HP, so it could just like be a focus fire, but it could also be momentum break it. We'll just have to find out as we go for a resume. And this is actually a wipeout. They're just gonna be waiting off on the minion waves to crash in, but they're already focus firing in here. And here we go as Weibo Gaming takes that win up against Loops. Wow.
That was very impressive showing there by Weibo. They don't look too tired. They don't feel too tired to take the win against Loops. And that was a very convincing win. I think throughout the entire game, it didn't feel like, you know, Weibo Gaming really lost any form of control over the map. And that was just a very impressive showing there from the Malaysian squad. Loops is now 2-1 in the group after this loss, while Weibo Gaming is now 2-0 in the same group.
Yeah, that's so true. And it makes the storyline on this group even more exciting. And you know what? Weibo Gaming came from that, you know, almost coming to a loss from AJHK from a while ago. And yes, the last chance qualifier. But yeah, this one is very fluid. How they executed it. They do know that they cannot go onto the late game. They don't want the Sheris Ardy to go online and maybe even Tempest. And I think again onto the Clash lane, Guiyu providing that early advantage up against a lane is just so impressive how they actually backed him up. So we got a few highlights of clashes in here because it's a pretty short game at almost 11-minute game time. At 11-minute game time, so it's understandable that we did not have match to show from the highlights. But I guess look at this one with a KDA score of 603 for our Ogren. He didn't die once.
Yeah, and I need to be critical about the itemizations here coming from the side of Loops. Not a single one of them built Venomous Staff or Mortal Punisher. So no way to stop the healing, no way to stop the sustain coming up from that hero. And if you don't stop him with the counter from the reduced healing and lifesteal, you have to draft a lineup with a lot of stuns. And sadly to say, Loop's entire lineup lacked a little bit of both. They had no way to stop the healing, and then they had not much stuns in their lineup.
Yeah, that's so true. Blazing Cape, it was all that just to stop the HP regen. But then again, Musashi and Elaine would usually fall down first because they had to frontline. But then again, nice try. And I mean, they're not falling off on the ladder in Group B. So, and they still have some game to play tomorrow, right? So they don't have any more for tonight. But yeah, Weibo Gaming, it was very smooth. I think this is the fastest game that we have casted so far for this day one for our stream B, and it's such an impressive. It's like a different Weibo gaming this time up against Loops in comparison to they had against AG.
Yeah, this was a much more aggressive, much more assertive Weibo gaming across the map, regardless of their positioning, their plays, their itemizations. They were playing to win, and when they did a very convincing win there, like you said, 11, 12 minutes. And we'll take a look at the MVP here from the side of Weibo Gaming. I think it's going to be the Ogren. I think it's going to be their jungler for sure. What do you think, Kaisaya?
It could be the Ogrens as well, to be honest, because this is the first time wherein we did not see the Ogren fall off like on the early stages of the game, and which is correct. He's got the MVP, Kongling 603, very impressive. We saw him quite a lot of times wherein he's just like frontlining effectively, right? He did not fall off. He knows when to back away and save his life, go for that HP regen to actually give more sustain and space for the D-Renji to free it. So I guess that was like super effective Ogren that he have showcased to all of us.
Yep, absolutely. And a little bit of the fault does go towards the way of Loops. The itemization, like I said earlier, no Mortal Punisher, no Venomous Staff means that he can get all the healing he wants. And let's take a look at the post-game stats. Actually, 0 kills. I swear that they should have at least gotten 1 kill if I'm not mistaken. But
I thought so too. Wait, hang on. I was like dreaming about like, okay, could have been the Arlie got some kills or whatnot. But yeah, this is a very dominating Weibo gaming game.
Yeah, true and true, Kongling, top of the damage for his team. Zere tried his best, but was not able to carry his team on his back. And let's take a look at the updates in terms of the grouping. That puts Loops on a 2-1 scenario, putting them behind Weibo Gaming and the KPL Dream Team, who has yet to lose a single game. Meanwhile, on Group A, LGD still on top there. Vitality has one more game left, at least one more game for the day. Impunity and Vivo Keystars still neck and neck in third and fourth from Kagendra. And Secret has not been able to find a win yet.
Looking sad on that one. And talking about Team Secret, up next will be the match between Team Secret versus Impunity, who's also sitting pretty somewhere there on the top rankings for Group A. So I'm so excited about that. It's going to be a battle between two SE8 teams once more. And yeah, this is gonna be looking so exciting because again, will there be another Ogren pick and ban, which is quite shaky because it's either they really prioritize or contest this particular hero and the Arlie as well, which we now finally have seen. We saw lose on this particular match.
Okay, Arlie's is balanced. She lost the game. She's definitely balanced. So, you know, teams might start to move away from her. But hey, I don't think it was, an Arlie issue. Zeri definitely played very well on her. It's just that the entire composition was just not built to deal with the Ogren. And we have seen what happens when you let an Ogren roam free. He can do absolutely everything and anything for his team. And you really need to keep him into account when you are building your items for sure. But yeah, like you said, next matchup is going to be very important. Team Secret against Impunity. Team Secret needs the win to crawl away from the bottom of the groups, while Impunity needs this win to almost secure their spot in the top 4. And we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before we come back with that game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Who is coming to play? Winner, winner, saint or sinner. Future brighter, watch it glimmer. Let it simmer, deceiving. Hearing them gas belly breathing, easing up, faking a sweat, wheezing and catching their breath. Haven't seen anything yet. Looking for more, never settle for less. Calling no foul, you look for the ref. Falling behind you, get left. Every mistake it'll cost you, dizzy and lost.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go. Kings, it's a hard showtime.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason 2024. This is the group stages, and we have been looking at a lot of games that's been happening today already. My name is Zero. Of course, joining me is with Kaisaya, and we have 2 more games left on this stream. That's going to be Team Secret going up against Impunity Esports, and of course, finish off the day, we are gonna have LGD Gaming against Team Vitality. So Kaisaya, next game coming up, Team Secret, not a single win yet. What do you think of their performance, of their chances against Impunity?
Chances against Impunity, I do believe that they definitely can match up against Impunity. They've shown some really good play up against LGD before during their Malaysia trip, and I do believe that they can come back. It could just like be, you know, first few games cheaters, but can say that even further because, you know, they have few games left in here for their group in Group A. So I think might as well they have to really just get up and try to come back in their game, because Impunity in here, although they've got a shaky score as well, having a loss already too. So I think there's some, it could be just like a 50-50, I would say, but chances are still there for Team Secret.
Yeah, it could be, you know, just not a great start for Team Secret. I mean, they are the runner-up for the Season 2 Invitationals, so they definitely has what it takes to take it a bit further. Obviously, one of their losses was against Team Secret in a 15-minute match earlier in the day, so these two teams are very close in terms of their skills, so it could have gone either way. But here's the lineup here for Team Secret: Xuan, TNX, Shisan, Sun, and Yu Han. So no long for this tournament. Interesting. No long for the day, at least.
This game, yes, for this day, but it's gonna be very interesting on how they're gonna be pulling it off. It could be some surprise plays this time, because again, there's a lot of catching up to do in terms of getting those points that they need to make it to the top 4. So it's no joke in here. It's just best of fun. But then again, let's take a look at Impunity Esports, who got their loss from a while ago from VKS as well. Cheryl, Megumi, Shaolin, Ashing, and Black. Let's see how they're going to be matching up, and be prepared up against Team Secret. I wonder if they'll be showing us some Ogren play once more, or the Arlie as well. We'll just have to find out.
Yeah, I just want to correct my mistake there a little bit. Shishan is long, just a little name change. Very interesting to see him change his name you know, in between tournaments. But hey, you know, this is Team Secret at their strongest. This is their strongest roster that is going to be competing here in the Invitational for this midseason. So yeah, like you said, are we going to see more Arlies? Are we going to see more Ogrens? You know, Team Secret has been showing that they are a team that can play it. And if you look at the audience predictions on stcplay.gg, 64% towards Team Secret, 36% towards Impunity. I would say this odds, this supportive ratio is pretty much accurate, at least for me, in terms of how these two teams measure up in terms of strength.
I think this is going to boost the morale of Team Secret as well. Again, they are on a low streak right now. They would very much need this trust and support coming from their supporters and fans as well. So let's see how is this going to be, how is this going to turn out as we later on head on to the draft. But the draft is actually already in here. Let's move forward to it. It's very quickly though. A quick My Shiranui securing here. No early priority, which we've commonly would see from a while ago.
Yeah, we might see Impunity pick that up right away. You know, Arlie left in the pool, Zhang Fei taken out there. They will go for the Arlie and the Delia. Both heroes locked in there, both very strong heroes in the current meta. They will definitely want to pick them up if it's available. But look at that, Team Secret really prioritizing on that single target. Musashi and the Mayin picked up right away. So Team Secret going all in this single target burst. They want to make sure that this Arlie doesn't see the light of day.
That's so true. I was actually like wondering, okay, are we also potentially going to be seeing that combo of the Tatiao and rather the Yuan? I would say Yuan is still available, but they anyway have secured they have secured the Lady Gen anyway for themselves. But because, you know, usually would want to go for the Yuan in the mid to just match up against the Mai Shiranui or just let him be safe. But seems like in here they want to create more space for the Arlie to free hit rather than just gonna go for that sustain. Like, okay, we go for more damage this time because we just want to burst down later on onto the late game stage both of this Musashi and Mayin.
Yeah, they definitely need the amount of bursts against the Delia. You know, you can't pick the fight longer. You can't prolong those team fights because, you know, Lady Zen, done the Delia, those are heroes that excel the longer the fight goes. So Team Secret looks like they are kind of all in this single target burst. They're gonna pick up a Garo. That's interesting. Not a hero we see every day in the highest level of competition. We did see RRQ pick that up in their SEA showdown. Unfortunately, it didn't do so well. But yeah, Team Secret might want to try and change their fortunes with this marksman pick. Still, again, very heavily single target.
Yeah, true. With Garo being locked in there. At the same time, I mean, Garo is good with, you know, lots of heroes with shielding as she makes use of priority into taking that shield off. But let's see, because it seems like there's going to be a lot of protection and healing coming from the Saiyan as well. For the Garo to free hit onto the backline, I think there's a way. Like, okay, it could be an engage coming from Mai Shiranui, Mayin, or Musashi. Ooh, surprisingly, they're all letter M. These all start with letter M. And the Saiyan will just be there into the back line. So usually it could be like Ming, but this time they want to go for that sustain. So let's see if they will be able to pull that off, depending on which one is going to be the last pick of Impunity. It's going to be Lamb. So depends. I think now it depends on if they try to take down the life of Garo early on, just go for that early gank so that he doesn't go onto the late game. But definitely in terms of range advantage, she has that up against the Arlie.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, Arlie is one of those heroes that can go towards the backlines if the players' fingers are fast enough. And I'm liking the draft of the style of Impunity much more. They've got plenty of team fight. They got strong, sustaining heroes. They've got their late game also secured with the Arlie pick. So you know, I never like these heavy single target focused lineups because if you don't burst their core hero right from the get-go, you are in for a terrible fight later on.
Yes, what more is that Arlie is not that of a mobile hero. Definitely not mobile. So she will just be relying on to her flash. And if it so happens that Dune or maybe Lamb goes on a flank, she could be on a dangerous position. But then again, it's more about the execution. We'll see about that. This is the second to the last series for tonight. Team Secret versus Impunity. Who will be at its best? We'll find out.
We will find out indeed. The crucial match for Team Secret. If they lose this game, they are pretty much out of the running for the playoffs. But Impunity also won this win to secure their spot in the top 4 of their groups. And we're off to a very heavy, very aggressive start with both teams putting 5 heroes in mid. Oh, Xiaolin in some trouble being chased down there by Xuan. Not going to be able to close out the distance. And Xiaolin, fancy footwork. She might be in trouble though, but the flash forward from Black, he acts as the bouncer, the bodyguard to protect Xiaolin. And Xiaolin will be A-okay.
Definitely
That
gonna
was
be A-okay with the maple dance being done so well. He definitely confused the members of Team Secret as to where he is going into the map. But given that they have actually started off in the middle lane, Lady Jen will be taking more of the gold advantage onto the farm lane as he actually went there because of the mage minions if he actually go for that one. But and then again, I think that is also to avoid the range disadvantage that he has up against the Garo.
Yeah, that lane is not great for Arlie. The Garo is always going to be able to harass from afar, and this is probably the smarter move there, having the Lady Zen to just push out the wave and then having the Lady Zen to rotate somewhere else across the map. So that's going to allow them to be a lot quicker. But you know, Impunity, they do have the Lamb. The Lamb can start rotating very soon. He's almost level 4 once he gets another creep camp. He's already level 4 in fact, so he should be able to get some things done across the map. And he's looking at the river right now. He's trying to go for it.
That's so true, but on the top side though, we can see Sherwan already less than half-life, almost up against the Dune onto the top side. But meantime, we have the fight ongoing. Look at that Ashen already falling down onto the hands of the members of Team Secret, Tihan X. That is goodness from them, because we definitely would want to see this Musashi to go online as, you know, to go for the full potential later on.
Definitely, and it also slows down the tempo there for Asing on the Lamb. The Lamb cannot be off to a terrible start. He needs to play in the front because that's how that hero does. He needs to go in front, utilize his lifesteal to sustain in the fights, and then get some huge damage in those fights. So if they're able to shut down Asing, that's gonna bode well there for Team Secret, and they are really going for it, really invading the jungle right now, taking away more and more camps. But here comes the rotation from Black. He's towards the backline looking for Taiyen. Taiyen though protected by the Musashi. Musashi going for the kill. Flash forward trying to keep him alive, and Black will be able to survive for now. But can they get a little bit more? Can they get more things done here for the side of Team Secret?
Well, that is a June we're talking about. Lots of way for him to actually sustain, lots of HP regen, and of course, if in case he gets the itemization that he needs, he can deal some source of true damage as well up against the members of TS. But for the meantime, again, a lot of sustain for the Dune in there. I think Ashing in here will have yet to find a way to go for TS Sun to get ganked, but we're not seeing that right now being done by Impunity. So I guess this is like an opportunity for Sun to actually go online.
Yeah, Sun's playing very safe, knowing that, you know, as a Garo, he cannot play too forward. He has to rely on his teammates and his positioning to stay alive. So he's been doing so well so far, not really being aggressed upon by the side of Impunity, and that has allowed him to take the Tyrant as well. So that's going to be more gold going towards his Garo. And Garo is one of those heroes that if you give her a good lane, a good laning phase, she's going to be doing very well towards the mid game. And we see items already completed on her.
That's so true. I mean, this is he probably just needs one or two more items, then he can just like rotate towards the mid. But look at the damage coming from the Arlie as well, poking here and there. This is what we're talking about. Even though she's got a lesser range in comparison to the Garo, he can just like go for that magical damage poke as well. Most especially if you know, if they have the chain lightning buff. Fortunately, it was on the side of TS, so they're pretty much the Sun is pretty much safe on the damage. But hold on, because we can see Mayin is actually almost close to death on that particular fight, coming from forced by Impunity, but will still be safe thanks to the backup coming from Shishan in here. But seems like Shishan, almost to death as well. This is looking scary. I mean, all of the sustain and frontliner damage dealers coming from the side of Impunity is just overly confident right now. But look at that Maishida Nui, almost close to death in here. Even Shuan still be able to kill off Ashing in the process. This is not looking good for Ashing.
Oh wow, Team Secret absolutely just outplayed Impunity right there. Two heroes surviving, and they're getting able for more. Xuan going for the help on towards Black, but it will be 10x getting the last hit. This is an absolute disaster right now for Impunity. I like their draft, but I don't like their plays right now. They're just falling behind. 2,000 net worth for the lead right now for Team Secret, and the Malaysian squad really just taking control of the entire map at the moment. It's looking rough. Early game. this Musashi, you can't let him off to a good start because he just becomes unkillable in the late game.
We told you, this is all about the execution, and execution is what Team Secret is showing us right now. No, but unfortunately, that death from below did not connect coming from the Lamb. But then again, will the fight continue in here on the jungle camp of Impunity right now? They're just going to be stealing off the camps to give more farm for themselves. And the rest of the members of Impunity are just basically forced to back away. This is not a happy ashing we're seeing right now as a Lamb.
Yeah, this Team Secret lineup is just taking everything away from the side of Impunity. The only silver lining right now is Shaolin has been really farming very well on the bottom lane, so they do still have the Arlie to back up to rely on, but they do lose the Overlord. TNX will be able to pick that one up for himself, and the lead extends to almost 3,000 right now. Yuhan in some trouble, taking a lot of damage by onto Shaolin. Shaolin, good movement, able to survive, but he will sacrifice his teammate Megumi, not able to survive. And Shaolin.
What an impressive play coming from Shuan in there. You saw how he actually flanked onto the side, creating that space for Sun to actually free hit onto the bottom lane. And here we go, they're not even stopping because he's going to be bursting down the life. Oh, Shaolin in the process taking advantage of the lead that they've got. And it doesn't matter, even if Sun doesn't have a kill as of yet, he's going for the objective, the main objectives in the game when they can push towards the Crystal in the process. And my oh my, this is looking scary right now with the lead being that is actually onto the hands of Team Secret.
Yep, Ashing in some trouble being chased down there off cam. Ashing will fall to TNX. That's a solo kill, and that's the tier 1 power in the mid falling. Black is already very low. Are they gonna go for it? No, too deep. They're gonna get fueled up there by this high end. But this is classic Team Secret. This is exactly how they like to play. Aggressive, in your face, always in your jungle, and just starve you across the map.
That's so true. I mean, TNX was able to deal without a smite before, so what more that he has a smite now. So I think that's the moment where I said, okay, I believe even further in Team Secret right now. But yeah, let's take a look at that one because again, like you mentioned, Shaolin might still be the saving grace for the side of Impunity in here for as long as they wait for a later stages of game.
They might get their opportunity right now. Shen down to half health already, but a little bit too deep for Impunity to commit there. They weren't sure if backup was coming at any point in time, so they're gonna let her go. It's still a 6,000 net worth lead going towards the way of Team Secret right now, and they're trying to go for more. Stuns do not connect. Top lane being dealt with there by the Dun. Bottom lane being dealt with by Asing. But it's starting to feel like Team Secret can just do anything and probably end this game very soon, because once this Tyrant falls and the subsequent overall goes their way, they should be feeling comfortable with this lead to push up towards the high ground.
That's true, and of course with the buff being given by the Spear of Purity coming from Garo, whenever she is with the team fight, is gonna boost up the damage coming from her teammates. And we're talking about 1, 2, 3 itemization already onto the Garo, going to 4th. And this is looking scary. This is going to be a quick tower push for them as well. Without even without the minion, they can definitely do. But onto the flank, we can see, oh my goodness, this Mayin Shu one is just really looking scary if she sees you in the map.
Yeah, it is starting to feel very claustrophobic here for the side of Impunity. Everywhere you go, anywhere you stand, it's going to be always a danger of being cut off by one of these heroes. I mean, Xuan, you've got TNX, you've got Shisan, all these 3 heroes are capable of getting a solo kill on towards you. And it is getting hard to split up from the rest of the team is Impunity, and that's why we see them balling together, just sticking together, trying their best to try and get a solo pick off somewhere or the other, and they might be able to get it. Oh, Shen dropping so low, but they weren't going to commit for it. Shaolin playing a bit scared right now.
Yeah, that's so true. And Shuan definitely super low in HP. Would want to go for that. Give a kill, but look at that Black already getting slowed down, getting poked out. But it was the members, and this is already the Archer that we are looking for. Free hitting from the back line as well. That is a Sun. But then again, look at this engage. Ashing is not definitely having fun. So much deaths already at 11-minute game time. And looks like this is going to be it anytime soon, as we have 1 member left. 0 remaining onto the side of Impunity. No one is going to go back alive soon. They want more kill. Oh, but Juan went overboard, but looks like this is gonna be almost it. Yes, indeed, Team Secret will secure this win up against Impunity.
11 minutes in, after a terrible day for Team Secret, at least they cap it off with a win against Impunity in their group. So they are both tied in terms of score, 1 and 2 for both teams. And, you know, a little bit of a silver lining. That gives them a fighting chance for Team Secret to claw their way back to top 4. If they lost this game, it was virtually impossible for them to get to top 4. But after this win, there is a light at the end of the tunnel for them.
There is definitely some hope now for Team Secret, but of course, now looking at Impunity, they have to find their way out of the bottom 2. But then again, we'll just have to find out, because both of these teams, it's their last game for today. They will be continuing their next few matches tomorrow on day 2. But of course, don't you go away, because anytime we still have another series to watch later on. But let's take a look at the highlights from what has happened a while ago. So execution wise, it was like almost back and forth, except for the fact that Ashin kept on dying early stages of the game. 0.
Yeah, but that was just, you know, Team Secret really just outplaying the side of Impunity. And, you know, both these teams, they are very close with each other. They have known each other as different players, as players from multiple game titles. So they are very close with each other. They definitely have been scrimming against each other. Team Secret did spend some time in a boot camp in a different region to try and improve their chances. And you know, the fruits of their labor is showing slightly here. Obviously, the current results in the group stages aren't that promising yet, but with this win, they do stand a chance to make all that hard work pay off. And let's take a look at the stats. 10-1 in terms of overall team score. Wow. Shisan really doing a lot of damage for his team, and of course, overall, just, you know, Xuan and TNX really just playing their heroes to perfection.
Yeah, that's true. And here we usually go, okay, that is looking scary. Lots of free sets in here for even maybe the Lady Gen or the Dun or the Lamb, but that didn't pay off. I mean, in here most of the time we would see Dolia really just going for that clearing of minion, but we did not see the action. But for the meantime, let's talk about our MVP of that particular game. It's gonna be Shisan, our Mai Shiranui. He did a lot of good pickoffs from a while ago, just catching the target. Actually, there's 2 of them, both Mai Yin as well as Mai Shiranui. So, but then again, I think it's just like the burst damages as well, and allowing the Garo and the rest of his teammates and Musashi as well to get the pick that he needs up against Lamb. I think that's also because of Mai Shiranui's Shisan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys might know him as Long. That's a more familiar name, and he definitely showcased how strong the Mai Shiranui can be with the amount of burst damage. He doesn't even need too many items, just a Staff of Reverberation, and he's good to go. And this lineup for Team Secret really worked out in terms of like the single target focus. Like you said earlier, it was just TNX, it was Shisan, it was Xuan as well, just getting these solo pickoffs. They are strong in these 1v1 fights, and they were playing the map to how they wanted it to go. So really great showing here from the side of Team Secret, giving them a chance for top 4 in this group.
Yeah, and I think one thing we'd noticed in there is like they went onto the mid, right? Yes, they're gonna be, our farm laner on the side of Team Impunity went onto the middle lane, and that will, without the additional gold coming from the minion waves on the farm lane, that is not gonna allow her to go online as fast as he can in the farm lane, because it was actually the Lady Gen capitalizing on that. Yes, he was able to avoid the Garo, but then again he lost the farm that he immediately needs on that one. But yeah, that is for our second to the last series for tonight. There is one more. It's gonna be LGD versus Team Vitality, but that is up for next after a really short break. Once again, I'm Gisai, with me is Zero. We'll be back.
感觉这里非常棒。这是我人生第一次来到这种国际赛事，很兴奋，很开心。我家对抗路是香 ，He is the Clash Land. Our mid land is Jihong. Farm land is Jiao. Support is 这。我觉得我的团队会赢，因为梦还是要有的，万一实现。 我们就平常心打就好了，不要紧张。这赢得了这比赛，对我们所有人都是人生中很大的意义。谢谢你们，我们会尽全力拿下冠军的。
For the Esports World Cup, I feel very excited and I want to play against the other international teams. I'm not nervous during competition. Just the first second when I come on stage, but after when I'm in game, I'm not nervous anymore. I just think about the win. I'm the support of the Vitality team. And Shanks is the ADC, City Boy is the support, Nighty is the top laner, and Haaland is the mid laner. And I think the team is very funny because we have different personality, but at the same time they are professional when we have to be professional. We speak a lot of language in the team, but the main language is Chinese. I learned some words to understand in game, but I still need to learn more Chinese. I think the winner will be the KPL Dream Team because they all are very strong and have a lot of experience. And all the team are motivated and work hard to hold the trophy. I love you guys. Jayo!
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup Honor of Kings Midseason Invitational. And we are down to our final game of the day. That is going to be between LGD Gaming and Vitality. And you know, LGD is the defending champions for the Season 2 Invitational, and they are looking to cement their part in history in the Honor of Kings scene as they look to take another one of those favorites to win this entire thing as well.
That's so true. But of course, Team Vitality will not be wanting to be left off of that one, because a while ago they showcased what they can do. Even though there's some adjustment in their roster, pretty sure they can surprise us with some of their plays that they have prepared for us. So this is a pretty exciting last series for tonight, and I do hope you guys will not miss this. And of course, do make sure you guys share your comments and opinion as to what you think it is for our team. So make sure when you're posting on social media, you include the hashtag HoKEWC 2024 for us to be able to hear you or see what you say, because apart from sharing your thoughts, you will get a chance to win some permanent skin as well.
Absolutely. Be a part of this. Be a part of the EWC. Be a part of history here as we are making it a awesome affair. We close out the day with LGD Gaming against Vitality. You know, LGD, of course, coming off a hot streak in the Season 2 Invitational. Almost undefeated. Only took 5 games for them to win the entire thing towards the end against, of course, Team Secret. But this is another ball game. This is a bigger tournament, much more at stake for them, and they just need to just perform once more to try and take this win.
That's true. A while ago during the commercial, we saw the interview on Team Vitality. Like they said already, they're speaking a lot of different languages. Well, they're like 3 Chinese members, but then again, they have to find a common language that they can use. But for the meantime, let's take a look at LGD Gaming on a win streak so far right now in their group with Siyang, Musang King, Zihong, JR, and Je. With this lineup, let's see how are they going to be going this up against Team Vitality. But what are your thoughts between these players that we have in LGD Gaming?
LGD, they have so much skill and potential. Musang King, an absolute beast in the jungle lane. He's carried his entire team on his shoulders, not once, not twice, but many times in different matchups, even against VKS, even against the strongest Honor of Kings teams right now internationally. So he is someone to look out for. He's who I will be looking out for, and who I will be looking to shut down, in fact, if it comes down to a very more targeted ban and pick. So I expect to see a lot of his signature heroes banned out. But let's take a look at Team Vitality. This is 90, Shanks, Highland, Benji, and CT Boy. You know, they made a incredible comeback against the side of VKS. So they are in a very good shape to make it to the top 8.
That's so true. I mean, one proof is, of course, when they won up against the match against Vivo Kid Stars a while ago, for sure. I mean, it was quite a long break that they had from the first, the first few series that we've got, and they have to regain back their momentum. But for sure, they were able to like see how the other teams are actually playing. They were able to even see how LGD played up against Kagendra a while ago on Stream A, and this for sure is something that Vitality is now prepared for this last series.
Let's take a look at what the audience thinks for this matchup. These are what the audience have been voting for both teams in stcplay.gg. It's 64% to LGD and 36% to Vitality. That's a very interesting stat line. Like, I would expect more for the side of LGD, but maybe Vitality, with how they performed against VKS, they've been making more fans for themselves, which is great.
Yeah, that's so true. It's like for you, it's already like 60-40, right? We rounded up a little bit, so yeah, so it's like close to being 50-50 for sure. But yeah, lots of expectations in here for LGD, but there will be no wonder if it's showcase Team Vitality gets a win up against LGD. We'll just have to find out, because again, their focus up against VKS a while ago is also just as impressive.
Absolutely. It was definitely something that they will remember forever. It was one of their better performances I've seen so far. Definitely has made a fan out of me in terms of how they played, and their resilience as well. Definitely something to commend for that team. But hey, this is one final game for the day for both these teams. like you said, it's been a long wait there for Vitality. Hopefully they haven't lost too much of their tempo, their adrenaline. They have to get that back up. But LGD's well rested. They just have been on a tear in their group as a whole. So this is another chance for them to showcase their dominance.
That's true. Maybe that's why they're called Team Vitality as well. They definitely are very much. They have a lot of endurance to actually go for that one. But yeah, we head into our drafting phase. No Ogren, no Arlie. Surprisingly, for the first time. Not really for the first time, but mostly because this Ogren is actually seen being picked. But yeah, for these two teams, they just want to respect this one out because this is looking scary. But for the meantime, we can see the Dolia being open. I wonder if this is going to be a priority by other teams. But yeah, Dolia, Jungfei, Mai Shiranui is also available.
Yeah, Mai will be picked up there along with the Long for the side of LGD. So very aggressive opening here for the Malaysian squad, while Vitality is going for a little bit more of sustain. The Lia is great. We might see a Yu Huan being picked up here to pair along with the Lia. We might see the usual Elaine that is the common sort of combo that you play with the Lia. Of course, no Ogren to play with the Delia, so we're not gonna have that option, but still plenty of different compositions you can play around Delia.
For sure, and with Byron as well as the Lady Gen being locked in already, they do have the way to engage and disengage. Dolia could actually focus the reset as well. Onto either of this team, I'm going to be more leaning towards the Lady Gen, at least to set up the team fights as well, because we might expect the Byron going for the flanks. Depending as well, though, who is going to be the roamer on the side of LG. Do take note, though, that Jungfei is still available, but they're going to be going on for a Motsu roamer.
The Motsu, obviously, this is a much better role for him. Playing in the support role would be what I feel like is the natural position for that hero. He does a lot of poke, he is decently tanky, but not really suitable towards the mid. So they're gonna play him in the support, which is great. But right now they're lacking a true frontline. They're lacking someone to play in front. For LGD, there is still plenty of Clash as well as jungle heroes left in the pool. The Dun is still available if they want some form of a faster jungler, but they could go for something else completely as well.
That's so true. At the same time, though, I mean, there's just like way too much pokes to deal with this Motsu and Mai Shiranui combo in here. You can just like die in an instant. Now we can see a lot of farm laners getting banned out as well. The Renji, which actually have won a match from a while ago. Hoi as well, be banned out. Your question is answered. Dune is actually in here to at least sustain and frontline for the side of LDG and catch up on the damage. We do know that the Dune is actually, just has a lot of way to actually survive. Even maybe can 1v4 a team fight, given the fact that he has the itemization and farm that he needs.
Absolutely, he is definitely someone a hero that you have to plan and look out for. But for Vitality, they need their jungler as well as their marksman. So, Prince of Lanling again? 2 in 1 day? That is not something you would expect to see.
Oh, okay. Okay, this is a balance of early and late game. Prince of Lanling for the early stages of game for Vitality. But Lady Soon onto the late game to secure them. But at the same time, though, what I worry about this one is that their lack of damage onto the late game. Because, again, it's like, okay, we're talking about more than 10-minute game time. Prince of Lanling will be like mostly like just a source of vision, a source of way to, just to detect where the opponents are. And I worry about the late game of Vitality in here because, again, they will be lacking it. It's like Prince of Lanling is just going to be a display later on as a source. It's like a ward, something like that.
Yes, he's just there for the vision. He's just there to open things up, make sure that his team gets the information they need to take a good fight. So, yeah, I mean the Lady Sun Lanling is interesting. You don't really see these heroes paired up together, if at all. Mostly because you don't see much from Prince of Lanling. But hey, it will be interesting to see if it works out. But on the other side, LGD has picked up a very single target focused lineup. They have not much team fight, but a lot of single target focus with the likes of the Mai Shiranui and as well as the Moses. So a lot of single target there. Let's see how it works out in this game.
That's true. I mean, I think in terms of the playstyle, the Prince of Landing just gotta be very careful in trying to go for a gank on the long. As again, if this is well guarded by the Mai Shiranui and Motsu hiding in the bushes, it could just like be disaster. You know, it could be a not so fun Prince of Landing. But then again, it will definitely be the execution that will matter. We'll just have to find out. Again, so much. I love the front line in here. Coming from the side of LGD. They balanced it out, even with the Motsu roamer. At least there goes the Dun as well as the Dharma.
Yep, absolutely. This mid lane though is going to be looking like it should go towards the favor of Vitality. I mean, they've got plenty of Stain and Wave Clear with the Dalia as well as the Lady Zen. But you know, that allows Mai Shiranui to rotate very early on, having the match, having the wave clear with alongside with the Moses, so trying to find some things to get done early on, but it's gonna be rather passive. You know, you got these heroes. Oh, I say passive, then they start engaging on towards Benji, who takes half his health points away already.
And look at this aggressive poke plays coming from the Motsu and Mai Shiranui. This is what we're looking for into their lineup. And I think they're executing it so far so well into these early stages of the game. You don't really want the Dolia to actually frontline for our Lady Sun, for Shanks. At least just take down her life. Yes, so she's got the heal, but it's not much. You have to wait for the late game for Benji to get the, you know, much more heals coming from the Dolia.
Yeah, the Dolia is going to be important to keep Benji in his bottom lane. This is the harass from JR on the long is something that watch out for. Mid lane, CT Boy rotating in. Zihong gets the notice on his head to back off, and he does exactly just that. Not gonna get any pickoffs here for CT Boy. It's not the easiest of heroes to play. Bottom lane, Shanks dropping very low. First blood going towards the way of JR on that long. Long is a bit low. He has to watch out. He has his ultimate though, so he can pop off anytime. But Mai Shiranui, oh, Zihong misses the skill. He couldn't get the kill. And Benji will be able to stay alive in this lane. But oh, Zihong hungry, going for more. One more, gets the kill, backs off.
Again, this is what we're talking about. Cannon blast here and there. And of course, the Mai Shiranui chase, the pokes as well, the punches, the air punches that our Mai Shiranui has been trying. There is no way for Shanks in here to just... Even if they try to go under the tower, they're just going to be diving them in with this play. They don't have to be a tanky front line in there as well, because they have the range and the poke advantage too. So I think for Vitality, they really have to wait for the late game to happen. But at the same time, if they can do, like get that power spike for CT Boy and finish the game as early as possible. So don't really have to wait for that moment wherein the Prince of Landling is rather useless already.
Yeah, they have to think about all of that and more, because this game is being taken a hit there by the side of LGD. Zihong has been really active across the map. The Musang King is ready to go. He's almost level 8. That's where we see him really start to harass and invade the enemy jungles. Meanwhile, Vitality, they're still trying to get a footing in this game. CT Boy hasn't really been able to do much around the map yet. Only 2,000 net worth on him. He's the top net worth of his team. Does have... is making his way towards the Axe of Torment, but still needs a couple of more items before he's really able to just burst someone down by his own.
Just quite unfortunate too. I mean, CT Boy is having a tough time on finding the ganks that he needs, but for the meantime, we see this 1v1 tussle up going on top, and the rest of the backup coming in as well. Look at the damage coming from Mai Shiranui. It will do connect, and 90 will fall down. Really nice Cho Hisatsu play coming from Mai Shiranui in there, coming from Zihong, and they do have the opportunity to even taking this down. Ooh, Lady Jen is actually going to go for that fight. Will be able to secure the kill. Backup coming from the Dolia as well. They will not the kill, but they will be able to save the tower.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a silver lining there, but obviously it's not a great start for them at the moment here for the side of Vitality. They are losing the grip in the early game, which is not great, especially because you picked up this Prince of Landling on the CT Boy. JR in some trouble. He has his ultimate though. He's not going to be in any danger as long as he has that ready to go, and he will use that just to back off. CT Boy, another failed attempt once again.
That's so true. Infinite fastness just to save the life of Long, just to save himself. But then again, that would also mean they don't have anything to make use of that in case team fight so happens. But anyway, Vitality wasn't there in the map, and I think that was like I mean, these are the times where counter objectives could have happened.
Yep.
But no, but for the meantime, look at this one. Zihong almost to death. Fortunately, not enough damage as of yet coming from CT Boy in there. Even the crit not there as of yet. Will still be able to survive.
City Boy, again, another missed out kill. He couldn't get that in time, but here 90 is gonna fall once again towards Musang King. 2 kills already on towards this Dun, and this is where we usually see the Dun start ramping up the pressure, start really poking and harassing CT Boy towards the backline. JR spots him out. Musang King still in the front lines though. He is a very meaty boy and they can't reach to where he's standing. They have to back off. This tier 1 tower mid in some trouble, but the Azure Golem will be the first one to fall before anything else. Oh, Zihong.
That is so true, but meantime in here, look at what CT Boy is doing here. Fortunately, Zihong is actually quite mobile. Will still be able to survive. For the meantime, going solo is Jet already onto the mid. So much loss, but look at the damage coming from JR, just killing off the leading Highland in the map. And while that is happening, I mean, we can see Shang spending a lot of time into the bottom lane trying to take down the tower, but this is a very fast mid-game tower take coming from LGD. We're not yet even done because CT Boy in here just caught the rest of the members of Team LGD in here. Will be able to get Zihong, yes he will, but he will also fall down onto the hands of Musang King. A 1-for-1 trade in there, but so far all going in favor of LGD because the tower take that they have gotten from the top side.
That was, you know, classic LGD playing super aggressive. CT Boy did manage to get his first kill and that was on towards Zihong, but he did pay with his life, so not going to be able to extend the lead at the moment here. It is still 4,000 net worth lead for the side of LGD, and they are going to continue ramping up the pressure. It's not even 8 minutes, but they are looking for their next fight.
That's so true, and as you can see, Shanks in here, no other choice. He definitely cannot stay into the bot. No tower is there. He needs to rotate together with the team, but I think there is some cost. They cannot definitely engage in this one. They are not really built into that. They are built to go, but look at that engage that we're actually looking for. Really nice play coming from Siyoung in there. They will kill off the lady soon. He will get off the map. Siyoung, with being the sacrificial lamb in there, will fall down, but then again, the tower is their main objective despite 2 members falling down from the side of LGD.
That's just LGD's bread and butter. Super aggressive, engaging when you don't expect them to. And sure, they picked off Shanks, but you know, Siyoung as well as Zihong did fall. So at least they picked off one and get the tower. So all in all, LGD not gonna be worrying too much about those 2 deaths. But let's take a look at that engage again. Instantly burst down Shanks, knowing that he is their 1-win condition. And meanwhile, Zihong got caught out there by CT Boy towards the side. But hey, you know, LGD is not gonna be phased by that. They're not gonna slow down their gameplay. They're not gonna slow down their tempo. They wanna keep going. They wanna keep fighting. As long as they have the lead, they will always keep pushing forward.
That's true. This is them just stopping Shanks to going online and not even allowing a CT Boy to get the farm that he needs. I mean, a while ago we were looking for and hoping for a gang, but that did not so happen. Now it is turning into a moment where CT Boy is turning into a vision, a walking award for the side of Vitality. But well, let's see though if he'll be able to actually get a poke or a pick off rather from the side of LGD. But seems like that will not happen because automatically the leader in the map is a Shanks and a tower take as well. 2 objectives right off the bat from the side of LGD, and they're not even stopping as they want more. Look at Siyoung trying to get a pick off fight. They're getting slowed down by Highland with all of the slows and CCs, but then again, will there be even further chase? Shields here and there. CT Boy will be able to get a target. There's just a lot of members still actually pretty tanky. Infinite of Vastness has been used by the Long, trying to get 2 members. Will they be actually be taken down? Look at the damage output coming from him. Highland is super low and he will fall down, and CT Boy could not do anything. pushing right now, even though he's trying to flank from the back line.
LGD, you thought they were retreating, you thought they were running away, but surprise, surprise, they go back straight for the KO. They pick off Highland, and you know, the lead, it's almost 8,000 right now. It's looking terrible here for Vitality. They weren't able to clean things up. Everybody was slow from the side of LGD, but the number advantage as well as the lead just did not go in their favor. So LGD, they have one lane already. If they are able to get this Tyrant and the next Overlord as well, they should be able to push up towards the high ground and end this game. This is the timing that LGD is looking for. Tyrant going down. Can he get an engaged? CT Boy towards the back line. Musang King knows where he is, but towards the back line, HoK in trouble. The shield keeps him alive for the moment, but down goes 90. They're going for more. Lady Zen in trouble. Xian gets another kill on towards Benji. They will lose the Lady Zen as well, as it's going to be 3 heroes down for the side of Vitality, and that is all LGD needs to end this game right now. Once the bottom creep waves arrive, they will push and end their misery here for Vitality. But can the Lady Sun do anything? CT Boy towards the backline. He spots out Xiang. Xiang pushes him back, knocks him out before he takes the fight, and that's gonna be an instant kill. LGD, my oh my, that is classic textbook LGD with the aggressive plays. Absolutely beautiful.
Very aggressive play in the day. I mean, they have a mix of a balance of poke and engage. Poke in the form of the Mai Shiranui and the Matsu Dun, as well as the Dharma, especially, I mean, Dharma with the surprise attacks, the surprise setups, and Dun's like baiting the rest of the members of Team Vitality in there to proc their skills. So I think we have come to a point where, like, during the draft, when we were talking about it, okay, we don't want this to go into the late game, because again, this could be just a vision, a walking vision on the side Vitality, and that happened. He was trying to find the moment where he could pick off targets, but he can't enter because he will just fall down. And at the same time, we did not come into a point wherein Lady Soon gets the farm that she needs. You know, no critical damage, not that so much, because LGD do know that they really need to finish this as soon as possible before even the Lady Soon will go
and
online.
you know, LGD has been known to end games fast in the Season 2 Invitationals. They had the record of one of the fastest games of the entire tournament, and this game is to no exception as well. And they were pretty much hungry to win as well, because if they take this victory, they are mathematically secured in the playoffs. And you know, we've never expected less from the defending champions of the Honor of Kings Invitational Series, and they are looking as strong as ever.
That's so true, and right now they're definitely dominating. Here we can see the plays we're in most of the time again. Prince of Lanling will try to go for the pickoff, but because again he's an assassin, he don't really have that sustain in him, but just a burst. But at the same time, with the composition that LGD has, he just can't make it. He just cannot find. He finds the right target, but most of this time, this right target is just like, okay, this is well protected with the Mai Shiranui, with the Dun and Matsu as well, so it's kind of tricky for him. He even tried to go for that cross map play, or you know, just cutting off the minion waves to stop the pressure coming from the opponent, but it was quite still unsuccessful.
Yeah, it is hard. I mean, playing the Prince of Lanling in any sort of situation is never great. You know that you're always reliant on your early game performance, and if you falter just even a little bit, your hero just falls off really quickly, and it is a tough performance there by CT Boy. You know, we've seen him really do well with the Musashi, but this game was just not for him, or maybe not just not for that hero that they needed to pick up there. It just was too hard to play into that entire lineup from the side of LGD.
Yeah, that's true. And again, it's either this into the late game, into the early game, you don't have the Lady Sun yet, because again, no source of damage. Like you're fighting 4v5. But if it comes into the late game, this time you don't have the Prince of Lanling, because you will only be mostly relying on to the Lady Sun damage, and the Prince of Lanling is like, okay, there's no more member, it's just like source of vision. But then again, it is what it is. Now we take a look at the updated points that we have here for each group. So run us through this, Zero.
Yep, and with that win, LGD pretty much secures their spot in the playoffs. Seeding wise, of course, it's unconfirmed as of yet, but they are off to the playoffs. So is the KPL Dream Team with a 3-0 win. Team Secret, Vitality, VKS still fighting for a chance, Impunity as well. Kagendra, they are in dangerous waters right now. But, there's plenty of matches happening tomorrow. But let's take a look at the plays that all these teams were able to do and perform today. This was a fantastic performance from a lot of these teams. A lot of surprises, I would say, in fact, Kaisaya. What was your favorite match of the day?
Oh, I have a lot, but I think one thing I would always remember is the slows, the setup coming from a Sunbin from a while ago. But looking at the matchups in here, we can actually see a lot of play coming from Impunity, or rather VKS in here. When this was actually this is the first series that we had a while ago, wherein they actually pulled off a really good play with their composition. And this is another one with Weibo and as well as Sloops. Very interesting game as well. This is when Weibo actually finished the game really fast as well.
Yeah, that was this was a really fast-paced gameplay there. And meanwhile, let's take a look at this. Was Impunity, the reverse kill, the double reverse kill there from Impunity, really just outplaying so from Team Secret outplaying Impunity there, and really set themselves up for a very strong mid-game. And Weibo Gaming versus All Gamers Global was very interesting as well. Both teams very evenly matched, but so many good plays from so many good teams today, and it only makes me excited for more happening tomorrow.
That's true. And not only that, the thoughts about, okay, is this Arlie really that of a scary pick already, right? Or is this something that we can actually work now? It proves to us that, okay, she can definitely work around depending on the composition. But yeah, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Since you're currently watching on Stream B, these are the matches you will be expecting. Like we have the matches between Boom, Falcon, we do have Team Secret, VKS as well. And basically it's a mix of matches between these two groups. So you must actually watch them towards the statistics as well that is up on the HoK camp. But do as well make sure follow all the social media pages of Honor of Kings Global Esports to make sure you are stay up to date.
Plenty of matches happening tomorrow. You don't want to miss any of it, because this is history in the making. This is the Honor of Kings mid-season invitational, and all these teams, they are fighting for a huge chunk of prize pool as well as glory. A lot of Esports World Cup club points are in the running to be won as well, and we know that Falcons wants to keep up their lead in this tournament, but they might be overtaken here because they do not look like the strongest team in the tournament so far. But hey, tomorrow's a new day for Falcons. They might be able to come back and find an opening to get some points for their squad. But hey, in terms of club points, they are still leading very comfortably on top. It's just whether they are going to be able to continue on the lead as we head on to more matches there tomorrow for the Honor of Kings mid-season tournament.
Yeah, same time, same place. You guys got nowhere to go. I think this is the right way to spend closing on to the weekend. It's an exciting moment for Honor of Kings fans and supporters. So make sure you do not want to miss this one out, because like you said, we're building history, and this is the start of the history. We're building great storylines between these teams, between these players.
Yep, absolutely. It is. That's gonna be all for us today here, Kaisaya. We're gonna see each other and more tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go back, get some rest, because more action will be happening tomorrow right here.
Has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain. Dark Tyrant has been defeated. Blue team killing spree. Blue team double kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team rampage. Blue team legendary. Blue team has slain. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Shut down. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Red team has slain an enemy.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Seen my cat?
way, no? Oh no!
I don't like harming the innocent.
This again? Did fate give you an answer?
Where the heck's my cat?
always on top, 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 always on top. Watch out, I'm coming through. I feel that fire through you. Always on top, always on top. Watch out, I'm coming through. Always on top, always on top. going up